Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, we will not take roll call today, and I don't have a message from His Excellency the President, neither do I have any formal communication to read this morning. And so we'll go to item 5, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We will start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Thursday, 25th July, 2024. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Yes, page 6. Oh, sorry. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Yes, page 9?
No, Mr. Speaker, page 8.
Page 8.
Yes, number 33.
33.
Yes, I was present here yesterday.
Table office kindly take note. The MP for Kwabre East, she was present. Yes. What also?
Honorable Speaker, on page 9, at the apex of the page, Roman numeral II, Dadwin DA Basic School from the Formula constituency, led by the head teacher, Mr. George Adetin. I think, this word sounds like a Chinese name. I suspect it is Otin, so if they could check for us. I think it should be Mr. George Ade Otin. But Teng, T-E-N-G, Teng, I doubt it's a Ghanaian. It's a Ghanaian name. Thank you.
No, the Teng is a Ghanaian name. It might not be Akan, but after being Ghanaian, it is. It's a reference in some languages to land, Teng. But the name there seems to be an Akan name are there. So we'll definitely cross-check from the records and do the right thing. Page 10, page 9, page 10. Sorry?
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I'm a bit late on it. I just came to notice that on page 1, my name is not there. I'm marked absent, more or less, but I was here the whole of yesterday, Mr. Speaker.
You said page 1?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Page 1 deals with those who were present.
Yes, I was present.
Yes, so if your name is on page 1, then you are captured as being present.
No, oh no. I'm sorry. My name is not on page 1. It is among those who were absent.
Where is that? Which page?
Okay, we haven't read there, but since I didn't see it on page 1, then I'll come up at the appropriate time, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you identify and tell us the page, then we'll go back there to do the correction.
Thank you.
Page 10. Page 11. Page 10. Yes, please.
Some of them are not working.
Sorry. Okay, come. Mr. Speaker, I was here yesterday, but have been marked absent on page 8, please. Number 30. Number 30 on the absent list, please.
That's the MP for Nkwanta South, Geoffrey Kinney. Table office, kindly take note.
Yeah, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
you have identified your name, yes?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. On page 7, that's item 4. The following members were absent. My name is number 2. My name is number 2.
Achim Odan.
No, number 2. That's those absent, not with permission.
Abuaji Kojo Nyampong.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Biakoye.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please, table office, take note of that.
What happened?
Page 11.
I signed. Normally, I don't bother because it's almost always correct.
Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, page 26, item IX. the spelling of assistant, A-S-I-S-T-A-N-T, should be A-S-S. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, kindly take note of the spelling of assistant, assistant clerk. Honorable members, the votes and proceedings of the 29th sitting dated Thursday, 25th July 2024, as corrected, are adopted as a true record of proceedings. I have no copy of any official report with me, and so we proceed with your kind permission to vary the order of business, and let me acknowledge with great gratitude the numerous visitors today. You can see our public gallery is full to brim and shows how the public, particularly various institutions, are showing more interest in what we do here. So we have visitors from 5 institutions so far. We have a first group made up of 3 coming from the Project Abroad organization. They say they are foreigners, and they are led by the regional manager of the Project Abroad in the person of Theophilus Atujona. I think you can acknowledge them, 3 of them. They are in front, 2 ladies, 1 gentleman. You are foreigners to which country? Not Ghana.
Where?
Ghana, we acknowledge you as coming home. And so you are most welcome to the Parliament of Ghana, and we encourage you to keep on visiting us. You may resume your seat. We have 46 other visitors coming from the Kwadasu constituency, specifically the institution of Prempeh College, Basic D. They are being led by their teacher by name Jamia Naomi. They are 46 in number, and they are at the left side of Mr. Speaker. You are also warmly welcome to the House of Parliament. This is one of the projects to catch them young. You can see some are very, very young. Please keep on coming. You definitely will be better than us in future. You may resume your seats. We have 48 others coming from the University of Ghana City Campus, which is located in the Korle Klote constituency. They are led by one Mr. Christian Sapong, from the General Assembly, and he is the Speaker of the General Assembly, Christian Sapong. So I have my future colleague in making. You are most welcome to the Parliament of Ghana. Please keep on coming One day is not sufficient, but at least you get the ABC of what we do here today. You may resume your seats. We also have students from the Akrofum DA Junior High School, definitely by the name, located in the Akrofum constituency. They are led by the assistant headmaster in the person of Joe Andam. There are 91 in number, 91 of them. Please, you are warmly welcome to, and take some time to learn the rudiments of what we do here. Sorry? Somebody wants to say something?
I'm the MP for Adanse Akrofum, but the pronunciation is Akrofum, not Akrofum.
Honorable member, I didn't hear you well. You said what?
Mr. Speaker, please, it is Akrofum, not Akrofum. Oh, please, I'm not challenging, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader.
Right, Honorable Speaker. My good friend, Honorable Blankson, is afraid of the marshal. So, Mr. Speaker, I will plead on his behalf. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Actually, you have not breached any rule. It's just that I'll respond if you are able to pronounce my name.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rest my case. I can't proceed further.
Please, you may kindly resume your seat. Your MP is trying to assure you that he is effectively representing you in Parliament. Yes, it shows that you have a hand in their presence here. Akrofum, I'm correct now. Also learn how to pronounce my name. Ba-Bing. We have the last group, 72 in number, from the Rabbi International School, led by the head teacher, Mr. Osei Kenneth Owusu. They hail from the Upper Denchira East constituency. As stated, there are 72 in number. Straight in front of me, on behalf of the House, all the members of Parliament, you are also warmly welcome. And please keep on coming. You may resume your seats. Honorable members, we will proceed to public business. And continue with the bills, unless guided by leadership. Yes, please.
Speaker, it is so. But before we start off on the bills, Speaker, we want to lay some papers. With your leave, Speaker, at the commencement of public business, item 11B on page 14 of today's order paper. Speaker, page 14, item 11B. And may I seek your leave for it to be taken by the Minister of State instead.
Honorable members, with your kind indulgence, we start public business. At the commencement of public business, item 11, presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented. B, by the Minister for Finance. Permission granted to the Deputy Minister to do so for and on behalf of the Minister for Finance. The Minister of State is available. I was not referring specifically to her. I was referring to the position. I didn't recognize she was available. Please, you may do so. I can assure you I know her more than you. Honorable members, the financing agreement is laid accordingly and referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. Yes.
Speaker, I humbly wish to suggest that we add the Committee on Energy, because it's a financing agreement, but it's also related to the energy sector recovery. So probably we could limit it to the leadership of the Energy Committee. Humbly suggest.
Honorable members, I have no problem with that. We direct that the leadership of the Energy Committee should join the Committee for Finance to consider and report on this matter. Yes, any more?
So as was discussed, may I seek your leave for the Social Protection Bill 2023 be withdrawn? Reason being that there have been a number of amendments to it, and so that the amendment could be factored in. So, Speaker, with your leave, the Minister is here. If she could be allowed to withdraw the Social Protection Bill 2023.
That's item.
But it is not advertised, but because I related to you.
Sorry?
It's not advertised on the order paper. The withdrawal is not advertised, but
Well, I just had a chat with the table. The proper thing is for it to be itemized so that when we get to that item, you can seek my leave to withdraw it from the agenda of the business of the House. But my attention is drawn that the practice has been generally to be flexible in this matter. So, honorable members, once the matter was laid, referred to the laid and distributed to the House, referred to a committee being considered, your leave is necessary before it could be withdrawn. Now, the reason given is that the committee considered, and there are so many amendments, that we rather labor for a long time to incorporate them into the bill. It's better for them to withdraw the original bill, incorporate them, reprint, and then resubmit to the House. That is what the purpose for the withdrawal is for. And I have no hesitation in granting the leave. So please, Minister, you may do so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Social Protection Bill 2023, which was presented and read the first time by Honorable Oseche Mensah Bonsu on Tuesday, 31st October 2023, is withdrawn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the bill is accordingly withdrawn, and we hope it will be presented later than sooner. I know it won't be sooner than later. It takes some time to get the Attorney General to incorporate these things. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Yeah. Shall we proceed to page 24? Still on public business, page 24, and take item 51.
Page 24, item 51.
Yes, Speaker.
Have you agreed on this matter? You have. Okay, honorable members, page 51, page 24, sorry, item 51. Motion, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Finance Committee on request for waiver of import duties, import tax, import NHIL, import get fund levy, EXIM levy, and special import levy amounting to Ghana cedi equivalent of 1,517,040 euros for the supply and installation of integrated e-learning laboratories in senior high schools, Televic Phase 2. Mr. Speaker, I'll ask the Hansa Department to capture the entire report as having been read, and I'll give the House a brief background of the report, which is captured on pages 3 of 9 of the report, and also advise members to look at Appendix 2, which is attached, and it exhibits the schools in all the regions which have benefited so far from Phase 1 of the project. I'll read the concluding part of the report and ask the House to adopt the report of the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, in view of the benefits of the educational sector, how the educational sector stands to gain, as well as the immense socio-economic benefits to be derived, the committee is satisfied that the request is in the right direction. The committee therefore recommends to the House for the adoption of its report and approve the request as earlier stated for the sum of 1,517,040 euros for the supply and installation of integrated e-learning laboratories in senior high schools, the Televic Phase 2. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Motion moved. Any seconder? Yes, Honorable
Mr. Speaker,
Richard.
I would like to second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House.
Oh, it was agreed.
Yes, Honorable Member for, is it Tema West?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to associate myself with the recommendation by the committee and request this House to approve the waiver for the installation of the e-labs for these schools that has been requested by the Ministry of Education. Mr. Speaker, if you consider the age and times that we are in, and the fact that E-learning has become the bane of education today in the world. It's important that at least we equip our schools with such equipment for them to get acquainted with computers and how they are utilized. I have had opportunity to have one of these or such schools in my constituency, and I know how it has helped my students as far as these computer labs and computer e-learning is concerned. And I recommend that we approve this waiver for the education ministry. I so present, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I refer to the committee report, page 7 of 9 and 8 of 9. Mr. Speaker, line 3, it says that it will also ensure, in terms of the benefits of the project, that this project will also ensure that appropriate distribution of e-learning solutions for 175 schools based on the need assessment that seeks to bridge the gap in terms of ICT infrastructure and related capacity building. Mr. Speaker, clearly this tax exemption is exempting a loan facility that has been approved by this House already, amounting to 11.5 million euros. So the tax waiver is approximately 10% of what has been approved. And the target is to supply some e-learning equipment such as computers, laptops, and a number of ICT-related equipment to certain secondary schools across the country. Mr. Speaker, I've seen that in the document that was presented, they gave us the distribution where the schools, the Ashanti region will have 38 schools, the Brown Ahafo will have 28 schools, Central region 25 schools, Eastern region 35 schools, Greater Accra 21 schools, Upper East 12, Upper West 13. Volta region beneficial schools will be 35 schools, Western region 18, and others. Mr. Speaker, clearly you can see that the distribution is nationwide. And I just want to use this opportunity to commend the Minister for ensuring that the project covers nationwide and not few schools in certain parts of the country benefiting from that. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I can only support that this tax waiver be made. Mr. Speaker, oftentimes impressions are created that we are against tax waivers. Yes, we are against the principles of waiving taxes, but certain taxes are important that we waive because, Mr. Speaker, these are schools that the country is buying ICT equipment such as ICT laptops and desktop computers to assist in the learning. So you can only waive those taxes. But certain taxes that we have issues with, and when we raise them, it's not that we are against it. But as for this one, Mr. Speaker, there's no way we can vote against such a tax. Mr. Speaker, this is something that is good for the country and is going to support the education sector, and I believe we should all support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I proceed to put the question. Yes, please.
Just to quick comment. This is a very program, but often in this house, when this tax approval is being considered by the Finance Committee, I think it's important that the key, at least leaders of the Educational Committee, should always be there to provide input, so that it's not only on this. I'm just making a general statement because I was just engaged in the ranking on education, and he just told me that it's okay. He's not even aware that this was really before the Finance Committee. And I thought it's important that going forward, at least the chairman and the ranking must participate. They can provide very important input on the project. This particular report is important, especially talking about e-learning and ICT. But I believe that the specialized ranking committee can always provide very valuable input to the Finance Committee in making such decisions. And so
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Just a quick response to the Deputy Minority Leader's concern. This is the tax waiver to the loan facility. The commercial agreement was thoroughly discussed by the Education Committee, and this approved way back in 2020, and they are aware of it. But we've taken notice of what he said.
Particularly to the Minister for Education, who happily is available. And from his background, he was in the United States for some years. So he will understand what I'm saying. We have an area in the U.S. called Washington, D.C. The original name was Columbus. But because of the founding father of the United States of America, the name is now Washington, D.C. Washington District of Columbus. Now, that town is named after two great men, Christopher Columbus and George Washington, for good reason. Going through your list, even though the minority leader gave me some figures as to the regional coverage, the numbers I have here are different, particularly Appendix 3. I don't know whether that was what he was reading. From region to region. And so I emphasize the first point I raised for your consideration. Honorable members, those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
Speaker.
Yes, please.
The item we just took was 51. I realized we were combing through the pages of the other paper. It was 51 on page 24, which you...
Yes, I finished with that.
Yes. So shall we now proceed other people addendum?
Have you taken the resolution? So that is item 52. Resolution. Minister for Finance, the same minister as the Minister of Finance, to take that forward on behalf of the Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution captured as item 52 on pages 24 and 25 of today's order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Seconder.
I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Motion moved and seconded to adopt the resolution, which is consequential on the adoption of the report. I proceed to put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is accordingly adopted. May we now move to the bills? Yes.
Just before the bills, we have few papers to be laid. With respect, shall we proceed to order paper addendum and take the items 1 and 1, 2, 1 and 2.
Honorable members, order paper addendum, page 1. Presentation of papers. The following paper to be presented by the chairman of the committee. Report of the Committee on Lands and Natural Resources on the Ghana Boundary Commission Bill 2023.
Report of the Committee on Lands and Natural Resources on the Ghana Boundary Commission Bill 2023.
Honorable members, the paper is laid accordingly and is for distribution to all members of Parliament. Item 2, presentation and first reading of bills. 2A, University of Mampong Bill 2024, Minister for Education.
An act to establish the University of Mampong and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the bill is referred to the Committee on Education for consideration and report to the House. 2B, University of Engineering and Applied Sciences Bill 2024, Minister for Education.
An act to establish the University of Engineering and Applied Sciences and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the said bill is accordingly presented to the House and is referred to the Committee on Education for consideration and report to the House. 2C, Minister for Education.
An act to establish the University of Engineering and Agricultural Sciences and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the bill is accordingly laid and referred to the Committee on Education for consideration and report to the House. 2D, Minister for Education.
An act to establish the University of Health, Agriculture and Life Sciences, Kintampo, and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the said bill is laid accordingly and referred to the Committee on Education for consideration and report to the House. 2E.
An act to establish the University of Local Governance and development as a specialized public degree awarding research and professional local government training institute, and to provide for related matters.
Yes, honorable members, make the necessary correction on your order paper. It's a paper to be laid by the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development. So it's been laid by that minister, referred to the committee. Yes, please.
Honourable Speaker, before you move, I'll rise on order 97, 3 and 4. I see a long list of
order 97,
3 and 4. Now I can read it. Order 97, 3. A short explanatory statement shall be made by the person presenting a paper where requested by the House or a member upon presentation of that. And the reason is simple. I see a long list of universities. These are existing schools. I see this conversion to universities. And I want the minister to try to explain why the rush to try to create this university in this last hour. What is it? So the minister can explain why this large rush to create universities. We need to understand.
Yes, Minister, that is what the standing order says. So just a short explanation.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the first one on the list, University of Mampong. It's a combination of Mampong Technical College and a branch of Apia Menka University, which is located at Mampong. Mr. Speaker, this is to ensure effective management by ensuring that the organization have a local system, a local structure, instead of being an affiliate or a branch of the Apia Menka University in Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, over the years you've seen that Apia Menka used to be part of Winneba, and it became independent. So this is part of school reorganization to ensure efficiency. Mr. Speaker, the university at Kintampo has been there for years. Health sciences. We believe that given its track record, it can be upgraded into a university. I used to be a college for health. Mr. Speaker, the University of Engineering and Applied Sciences out of Akrodi is a Ahafo region. There is an opportunity for Ahafo region to have a university of its own on a campus with all the requisite infrastructure, which will add value to our country. Mr. Speaker, we have the Bunso Engineering and Applied Sciences, Agricultural Sciences, Mr. Speaker. It's also to add value to the stock of universities we have in this country, especially as it applies to enhancing STEM education in the country. So, Mr. Speaker, all these universities with a focus on engineering and health sciences is to add more to the stock of universities we have and to increase our gross tertiary enrollment ratio. As it is now, we are about 22%, which is not bad for a sub-Saharan African country. But we know that irreversible development occurs when you can move the gross tertiary enrollment ratio up to about 50%. So, Mr. Speaker, this is in line with the efforts of this government and past government to ensure that we can increase our gross tertiary enrollment ratio. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just to thank you and to thank the Minister for the brief commentary. But, Mr. Speaker, if it is for regions, it is obvious that the OT region and the Western North are not included in this list. OT region and Western North are the two regions that are still not having universities. And so if the intention is to have a university in every region, then there's the need for us to urgently consider OT and Western North as well. Mr. Speaker, the only concern I have is the fact that we are 4 months into the next election, and the fiscal implication is not well known. And so in the explanatory note, the minister should have added the fiscal implication to the new universities he intends to establish. Because it's not just university by name, but you have to provide amenities, you have to provide serious infrastructure to be fit a university. How are you funding it? And it is only right that you should have added a bit of fiscal implication on what you intend doing going into the establishment of these universities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity once again. Mr. Speaker, I'll ask for your permission for this bill to be considered under a certificate of urgency. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the other implication, the fiscal implication, if you look at Kintampo, it's an already existing institution that we are upgrading. Doesn't mean it will not have any cost implication, but the staffing and other infrastructure is already in place. If you go to Akrodi, the facilities have been done. University of Local Government, major infrastructure development has taken place. So, Mr. Speaker, the opportunity for us to add value to our nation through the increase in our gross tertiary enrollment ratio merits any other commitment that has been made fiscally to ensure that we can develop this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it's difficult for me to accept your application for these bills to be taken through the certificate of urgency. When we sit here, we see longer than those of you who are not here. As at now in the court, we have the government's lawyer raising issues about fiscal impact analysis of bills, which I'm told should always be made available to the Speaker to assist the Speaker in exercising his discretion under Article 108. Now, when you talk about fiscal impact analysis, it's not only referring to private members' bills. It refers to all bills. And so when you raise all these issues and we caution people to tarry slowly, it's not because we have any personal interest in the matter. It's because we know the state of affairs in the country. So when you go to the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Section 101, it reads, any to be laid before Parliament or proposal submitted for the approval of Parliament shall be accompanied by a fiscal impact analysis stating the estimated effect on revenues and expenditures for the financial year in which the legislation or proposal is expected to come into effect. And people are trying to persuade the court to accept it as meaning that even before the Speaker admits a bill, the fiscal impact analysis report should be before the Speaker, and the Speaker should be convinced that it doesn't offend Article 108 before admitting the bill. These are some of the challenges we have. And this is not only applicable to private members' bills, it also includes the public bills, government bills. And you see the application is being counted with a referral to that section. And so I realize that those bills are all not gazetted. And therefore, your application is according to the fact that you wanted it under a certificate of agency. So they are not gazetted. But we have this law also in place. And so looking at the state of the state institution and the expertise available, sometimes exercise the discretion with caution. And that is why I allowed them to be late. But in view of that, we have to take them through the normal process. But I don't determine that. It's a committee of the House. And so we refer them to the committee as I've just done. It's the committees that will present the report, and then the House will be guided by that report as to whether they should be taken under the certificate of agency or not. So once we refer them, we wait for the committees to report on that first before we go on with the second stage. So let's leave it at that and move on. But we all acknowledge that this is the highest platform for, I should say, highest political platform. So some of these comments you make are in good taste. So I take them as part of your duties. So please, let's move on and allow the committees to report on that. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, before we go on to the bill, the Shippers Authority bill, Speaker, just to draw your attention to 2E, University of Local Governance and Development Bill. Speaker, you already done the appropriate referral, but I just thought that we could add a committee on local government, probably limited to the committee.
I should add what? I made the referral to the Committee on Local Government. You want me to add another committee? Education.
Speaker, bear with me. I thought it was, I heard education. I didn't know you had referred it to the local government committee.
I did, to local government. My attention was drawn by the clerk at table. But it's a university, but I was told that the local government committee has the capacity to handle even issues concerning education.
Speaker, I'm not sure it will be out of place if we add the mainstream or leadership of the education committee.
I have no objection to that. I can amend the earlier directive by referring it to the local government committee supported by the leadership of the Committee on Education, provided they'll have time to go there to support the local government committee. EF, Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection.
An act to promote access to social protection, provide social protection services to specified persons, establish and specify institutional arrangements to secure social protection, and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the bill on social protection is laid accordingly and referred to the Committee on Gender and Children for consideration and report to the House. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I was pleading, subject to the overriding convenience, if the leadership of Constitutional Legal could be added to assist the Committee on Gender on the Social Protection Bill. Thank you.
I don't know your workload. I know we refer a lot of work to you, but if you want to add on to, the House will not be adverse to it. So we can add the leadership of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs to assist the Committee on Gender, Children and Social Protection to consider the bill and report to the House. Yes. Leadership.
We are ready to take the bill. Shall we proceed to page 58? Page 58 and take item 67.
Honourable members, Ghana Shippers Authority Bill 2024 at the consideration stage. That's why I asked you to bring this. Honourable members, we consider the bill up to clause 35. So today we will start from clause 36. Clause 36.
Unapproved charges.
We have two amendments to clause 36, both standing in the name of the chairman to the committee. Yes, please, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before 36, our former leader has actually provided some few clauses on, some few amendments on clause 30, then 31.
Let's take that later. Let's move on to this, because it's not available now.
Okay. So clause 36.
36, yes.
36, Mr. Speaker, I rely on the advertised amendment proposed. I so move.
Yes, clause 36, subclause 3, delete. Those in favor of the deletion of subclause 3 of clause 36 say. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. There's a second proposed amendment, Roman 2, II. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rely on amendment proposed, advertised, and other people. I so move.
Honorable members, this is to add a new sub-clause as captured on the order paper. Those in favor say aye. Sorry, Tema West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last time we knocked up on this particular bill, we were on section, I think, 26, which saw the chairman, the leader of the House requesting that the 1 and 3 be deleted so that they maintain 2. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I have in my hands here Customs Act 2015, Act 891. Mr. Speaker, if you look at section 43, it speaks or talks about licensing customs house agents. And 43.1 says that a company or a partnership shall not engage in business of custom house agent unless that company or partnership is wholly owned, blah, blah, blah. And it goes all the way to 43 to 47. Has to do with licensing of custom house agents. Because I seek your guidance in this matter. If we allow this law to also license or register or whatever custom house agents, which of these laws takes precedence? The reason being that the custom house agents operate with customs or for that matter GRE, and they work with them on a daily basis. This new law we are bringing for Ghana Shippers Authority, custom house agents have no direct link or direct operations with Ghana Shippers Authority. Now we're going to have a conflict of these two laws, and I don't know which one will take precedence. If one decides to go with the customs licensing regime, which requests that the Commissioner of Custom House to educate you, examine you before licensing you to become a custom house agent. This one only requires a registration certificate from Registrar General, and you fill a form with the GSA, and you pay a fee, and you are licensed. Which of them will take precedence? I need your guidance on this one, because as a matter of fact, the custom house agent, as the name implies, is a group or a specialized trained group that are supposed to do custom business with customs. Now, this one is seeking to take that power away from this law. Mr. Speaker, I rely on your guidance on this matter.
Let me thank you for drawing our attention to the fact that we ended at 25, not 35. And so we'll go back to take from 26, not starting from 36. As to which law takes precedence, if it is on the same issue, is the later law that takes precedence over the earlier law. As to the subject, the contents of the issue you raise, I cannot attest to that. Well, I don't know whether they are talking about the same matter. We'll go into the detail to see whether it is the same function that is being given to two different authorities. We'll go into the law to see if this, and we think that it could be better handled by the earlier law, we'll do so. If there is a need to improve upon the earlier one, then we'll continue with the consideration of this bill. So from the votes and proceedings, we ended at clause 26. Yes, clause 26. We ended at clause 26. And so we'll start from clause 27.
Application for registration.
But let me remind the committee that we deferred some clauses, some sub-clauses in clause 26. So we are awaiting the report from the committee on those sub-clauses that were deferred. Then we could take them along. As of now, clause 27, which they have just read, application for registration. Yes, former Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I had a discussion with the Deputy Minister with respect to 27.1. Earlier on, if you remember, you had struck out the need for registration of shippers. You struck that one out. Yeah. Now you come to 27 and you are saying that a shipper shall apply to the authority for registration, which is why I propose that the shipper in that case may register, not shall register, but the shipping service providers shall register. Yeah, that's the point. So, Mr. Speaker, the correct rendition should be a shipper may, and a shipping service provider shall apply to the authority for registration. That's how it should be.
Honorable members, the proposed amendment from the former Majority Leader is for us to delete all in line 1 of clause 27, subclause 1, and insert may, and. So it will read, a shipper may, and a shipping service provider shall apply to the authority for registration. And after the shall, I think there should be a comma after shall. So may apply, shall apply. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, it will be neater if we make it 2 provisions, so that one will be dealing with the shipper and another one will be dealing with the shipping service provider. So, for instance, the 2.1 will be a shipper may apply to the authority for registration. Then 2, a shipping service provider shall apply to the authority for registration. Then the 2 here will then become 3, and it will be neater that way, Mr. Speaker.
May I refer that to the draft person? They will know how to capture it best. Yes. Any more proposed amendment to 27? None. So I put the question. Honorable members, the question is that 27, clause 27 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 27 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 28.
Issuance of certificate of registration.
Clause 29. Well, there are no advertised amendments, so yes, you are bringing them now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Clause 28B.
Mr. Speaker, we are deleting which? 1B, line 1. We are deleting which and insert that.
And then line 2, with the authority or
And Mr. Speaker, in line 2, you delete and insert or.
Yes, please. Motion moved is for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Speaker, if I may draw the attention of the House to clause 27, subclause 2B. We are not there. Okay.
We are not at 27 yet.
Okay.
We are handling clause 28.
Speaker, my point is that I wish to seek your leave to do a brief second consideration on 27.
Let's finish with 28.
Very well. Thank you.
Honourable members, those in support of the proposed amendment to clause 28, B, clause 28, subclause 1B, line 1, delete which and insert that. Line 2, delete and insert or. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment carried. I put the question on the whole of clause 28, and the question is that clause 28 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 28 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Honourable Member for Tema West.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I remember at clause 26, we deleted 1 and 3, which is a shipper shall not clear cargo through the customs unless the shipper has registered with the authority. Now, when you come to 28, he said the authority shall issue a shipper or shipping service provider who is registered under the act with blah, blah, blah. We have indicated that the shipper is not supposed to register. We have taken it out. So why is this one coming in? What is it supporting?
Mr. Speaker,
yes,
to draw the member attention that is what we have made B.
Shipper is me, but is the shipping service provider that is shall. That's what we did. Yes. Now, Honourable Dafia Mako, you were raising an issue.
Yes, Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, my issue is in respect of clause 27,
Clause
27, subclause 2, paragraph B. Mr. Speaker, my simple issue is that in regulation 2111, the regulation that makes the use of the national ID card mandatory, there is a proviso. It says that where a person is issued with a national identification authority card, then a service provider will mandatorily require its use from him. So I'm looking at a situation where somebody is eligible to apply for this, and he's not issued with the national ID card, but he has a passport. He should be able to use the passport in lieu of the national ID card. Speaker, because really, it's not every Ghanaian who is issued with a national ID card. But the way the provision is crafted, it means that the person is presumed that everyone is mandatorily issued with a card.
No,
the expectation is not the law. So, Speaker, my only suggestion is that
A national ID card.
a national ID card.
A national ID, identity.
No, I'm saying that in addition to asking for a national identification card, should also make a provision for a passport, so that where the person is not issued with a national ID card by the National Identification Authority, the person has a passport which identifies him authoritatively as a national or a non-national. Because the national ID card are also issued to non-nationals. They also have their national ID card, but it identifies them as non-citizens, foreigners. They also have theirs. And citizens, Ghanaians, we also have ours. So it means in this bracket, there's no place for somebody who is not issued with a national ID card, who has a passport, but who wants to proceed under the law under this provision. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I think my honorable member, if you look at the B, the rendition, an identification card in the case of an individual, a company must have a registered district. So there is no need for us to actually add any other card to it, because as an individual, once you are in a corporate body, you have that particular registration. So I think the rendition should stand.
What's wrong with having
Mr. Speaker, the provision is not talking about a corporate body, because it says an application for registration under Sub-Regulation 1 shall be as set out in Form 1 or Form 2 of the schedule and accompanied with A certificate of incorporation in the case of a corporate entity, then B, a national identification card in the case of an individual. So I would relinquish my position if the chairman agrees that in defining a national identification card, we can include a passport in the interpretation column, so it satisfies the requirement. Mr. Speaker, because a national identification card, on the face of it, is understood to be a card issued by the National Identification Authority.
Which is not right.
So if we can, because the national identification card is a card that is supposed to identify you as a national, as a Ghanaian. And so in the absence of a national ID card, a passport should be able to suffice. That is my point. That's the gravamen of my point. So if we can define it to enlarge it to include a passport, I think it satisfies the requirement, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the requirement under the particular clause that he's referring to, 27(2)(a), is in respect of an individual, as he rightly noted. Now, you are required to have a TIN number, and the TIN number is also linked to the national ID card. So it stands to reason that it comes in automatically, even without us stating this in this law. It is a requirement that when you are submitting your TIN number, your certificate of incorporation, and so on and so forth, your TIN number must be accompanied with your national ID card, and not necessarily a passport. Mr. Speaker, just to add that, I think that the issue about this national ID card is one that we are all aspiring to make a reality. Now, if we don't insist that people comply, and we always make excuses that people can use one ID card, birth certificate, passport, and so on and so forth, we are likely not to achieve the kind of target that we want for ourselves. And
It's not any, exercise that one is going to find very, difficult to comply with. So if you want to do business in the shipping industry, one of the things that you need is for us to be able to identify you, and that identification card ties you to a whole lot of things, so that at the click of a button, we know who you are. We know your digital address. We can even link it to your passports. We can link it to your driver's license, and so on and so forth. So it's one that I think that we should support, and not necessarily link it to only the passport, because the passport is limited to your travel, itinerary. And this is just for the commercial purposes. Commercial purposes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I would agree with him if we substitute a national ID card with a TIN number. So that like you submitted, to obtain a TIN number, you would have submitted your national ID card. But when you invent the process, somebody may not have the TIN number and doesn't have the national ID card. But your focus is on he obtaining the tax identification number for purposes of revenue generation. So I would rather prefer that we focus the legislation on the person securing his tax identification number, and subsuming that is that you would have obtained your national ID card in order to obtain the TIN number. But Speaker, let me also add that in obtaining passports these days, we are told that it's also linked to a certain database. So why are we afraid to rely on a passport if that is the essence for identification? So, Mr. Speaker, with his own explanation, the focus of the legislation is for the person to be in possession of a TIN number for purposes of revenue generation. So I think that a TIN number would rather be a proper insertion in the law. I don't know. So, Mr. Speaker, my proposal would be that we delete the national identification card and rather indicate a tax identification number in the case of an individual. Then there's clarity on all this. Mr. Speaker, I so submit. Thank you very much.
What about the corporate bodies? In the form, don't they also submit a TIN number?
Mr. Speaker, indeed, the corporate bodies also would, the way it is, certificate of incorporation. Mr. Speaker, before you are issued with a certificate of incorporation, the corporate body's TIN number is generated. In fact, you have to indicate that in the...
But that is why I raised the issue. Because if you bring in the TIN number, it means that the focus will be on the TIN number, not the other documentation. But in the case of the corporate bodies, they need the TIN number and the certificate of incorporation. And so in the case of the individual, they need the national identification card, and that also includes the TIN number. Because to get the national identification card, you have to present a TIN number.
Speaker, indeed you are right. But with the explanation from the Honorable Minister, it appears the focus is on getting the TIN number of this applicant. Getting the TIN number of the applicant. Now, if the focus is on getting the true identity of the applicant, then I'm saying that in addition to relying the law making the provision of a national ID card a mandatory requirement, there should be an alternative to somebody who is not in possession of a national ID card, who is in possession of a passport, to be able to provide that so that his true identity can also be established. So when you submit it, clearly, the matter is gone beyond merely establishing identity of the applicant, but also to include being in possession of a thing for purposes of taxation. Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I will yield.
What you have done is to draw my attention to how we craft this legislation. Well, my attention had earlier on been drawn by the public to the fact that the insistence of the banks to the use of the national identification card prevents non-Ghanaians from opening bank accounts in Ghana. And I think it's something that I promised to inquire into and to see what could be done, if that is true. Because there are a number of people in Ghana now who are not Ghanaian citizens, who have the other cards, but not the national identification card. And so when the banks are saying you have to produce your national identification card in order to open an account, then they have serious challenge. And so it is for some processes too at the immigration. So we'll take it up. I had this discussion with my colleague from Cote d'Ivoire. These things were raised and then we will have to investigate it. Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think in view of the comment that you made, that there is likelihood of a foreigner trying to open or even set up a shipper's business, we will propose that in place of national, we have a valid identification card, if that's, resolve the issue. So that if you are a foreigner, you come with your foreigner's identification card, and then Ghanaians will also bring their national identification card. I think that solves the problem, Speaker. Valid identification card. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I don't know whether you are one of the promoters of the bill, because it has to be thought through, changing it, national identification card to valid identification card, whether it hasn't got some consequences. So I will not rush to put the question on it. Yes.
Speaker, the concern that you raised or the concerns that you highlighted as having come to your attention actually emanates from LI 2111. That's the LI for the National Identity Register Regulations 2012. Speaker, Regulation 7 of the LI, passed by this House, says as follows. The head note is mandatory use of national identity card. Speaker, under Regulation 7.1, it reads, with your leave, a national identity card issued to an individual shall be used for the following transactions where identification is required. A. Application for an issuance of a passport. B. Application for an issuance of a driver's license. C. Opening of individual or personal bank accounts. D. Purchase of insurance policies. E. Purchase, transfer, and registration of land by an individual or a connected transaction subject to the provisions of other enactments. F. Transactions pertaining to individuals in respect of pensions. Mr. Speaker, and it goes on and on and on. So, but a lot of entities are not paying attention to the controlling phrase, issued to. So when you are not issued with the card, then there should be an alternative for you to establish your identity. Because the law is very clear that an identification card issued to a person. So, like people go to the bank, they want to open a bank account, and they say, bring your national ID card. The person says, I don't have one. I am here to receive it. I have registered, but I've not been issued with the card. The bank says, go and get it before you come back. So it's creating problems. That's why I think that there should be a small leeway. So valid ID card. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, what he proposed, he said valid okay. Identification card. I was only saying that they should think through it, because I don't know the full implication of the change. But if he's a promoter and he definitely is in charge of the sector dealing with money, finance and the rest, I'm prepared to go by it. So, honorable members, the proposal is for us to reconsider clause 27(2). And in reconsidering 27(2), we are called upon to, in 2B, delete national and insert valid. So it will read a valid identification card in the case of an individual. A valid identification card. But as I said, the minister will take the other concern because it's affecting the banking sector. I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Or former Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, the sponsoring authority has indeed agreed. Otherwise, as he said, whereas the banks require of individuals to produce a national identification card, if you go there, it's part of the law. If you go there and you're not able to produce it because you don't have it, this is what happens. They are pragmatic. They exercise pragmatism. So it doesn't derogate from the law. So for you to say that, oh, let's leave this one and introduce a valid ID card. What is a valid ID card? Then, the figure, thereafter, then we have to then define what you mean by a valid, or what constitutes a valid identification card. We should define it. First of all, the law that you read, is it national identification card or national identity card? No, you said national identity card. I just want to get the terminology right. What you read, is it national identification card or national identity card?
This one is meant to satisfy this law. The other issue is left for the minister and the government to consider. And so we are going with this law. Again, those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. So I put the question on clause 27, and the question is that clause 27 as amended, in fact, variously amended, stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 27 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 29 9,
Renewal of certificates of registration.
Clause 30. Form Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I propose the amendment to 28, 27.1.
We haven't reached there.
27.
We haven't reached 37.
27.
No.
27.
You know, 27.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Mr. Speaker, my attention has been drawn to what is left hanging in respect of 26.1 and 26.3. I thought we were conclusive and struck them out. That is 26.1 and 3. Now my attention has been drawn to the fact that they are still hanging, that we didn't take a decision on them. We deferred a decision. Now if the decision is to go along with what obtains in 26.1, then we may have difficulties in the amendment that I proposed. In which case, what obtains, that is in 27.1, would be good. Then we don't need to even amend 27.1. So I guess we should take the decision on the 26.1 and 2 first. And that will clear the way for us to go, 1 and 3, sorry. That will clear the way for us to go forward. Otherwise, if we go back to 26.1 and stick to the original rendition, it will create a problem for the amendment that I proposed, which has been accepted now.
Well, form Majority Leader, since the question on 26 has not been taken and it was deferred, we should leave it as deferred so that the committee, in reconsidering it, will take what we've done into consideration. Or you want us to take that one to now?
Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is 26.1. A shipper shall not clear cargo through customs unless the shipper has registered with the authority in accordance with this act. Mr. Speaker, the 26th, by our records here, the votes and proceedings, it's not been deleted. That's the issue that I'm raising. Have you looked at 26? Yes. So I'm just saying that, Mr. Speaker, if we come back and then agree that, oh, what is in the original is good, we should not delete it, then what we have done in 27, the amendment that I have called for, which has been agreed to, then will be inconsistent with 26.1. And that is why I was saying that, can we go back? Can we go back, or what do we do? I just want us to be very clear, so we don't go and come back.
If the challenge they had before has now been resolved today, we can go back and, if we are clear in our minds, adopt the decision we've taken today. Is that the position of the committee?
That is so, Mr. Speaker.
Then we will take clause 26 now, where it was deferred. So I call clause 26.
Requirement to register.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, 26.1, paragraph 1, delete shall and insert may.
Yes, shipper may. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if they originally they wanted to delete the whole thing, 1 and 3. They wanted to delete 1 and 3. Now the amendment is proffering does not resolve the problem at all. It doesn't resolve the problem at all. If you say that a shipper may not clear cargo through customs unless, so what it means is that the burden will be on you to register. If you want to clear. Mr. Speaker, I was for the deletion yesterday. But I think the confusion is on the meaning of the word shipper.
It has been resolved.
Mr. Speaker, let's look at it.
Let's go to the meeting.
I agreed with you yesterday and we amended it. But upon reflection, it seemed to me that what we did yesterday was wrong.
Let's go to the meaning. Okay.
If we go to the meaning in the original, it says shipper means an individual or body of persons, corporate or unincorporated, other than the original consignor, a final consignee, an actual owner, future owner of the cargo. The thinking was that because because of what the people have come to tell me. The idea was that individuals in particular who ship items, if you are saying that the person is shipping the item for himself or herself, he should go and register before he goes to clear. That would be incongruous. And that is why we felt that we should have a new definition for the shipper. What I really did not apply myself to well was that the phrase other than in line 2 affects a final consignee. It also affects an actual owner. It also affects the future owner of the cargo. If you understand it that way, then we are accepting those people. You are accepting. So that was why I was getting a bit confused with what we did yesterday. But we have the shepherd here. If we can listen to the shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the new rendition for the definition of shipper that we are proposing is, if you permit me, I'll read. It says, shipper means an individual or body of persons, corporate or unincorporated, an original consignor, a final consignee, an actual owner, or a future owner of the cargo. And it ends there. So the first other than, the second other than, a forwarding agent, an insurance company that has an interest in international trade, all go with this new meaning. So it's a pretty straightforward one now. Thank you,
we are deleting the...
So we delete the 2 other than.
Yes, we delete 1 and 3.
We delete
1 and 3.
26, 1 and 3.
26, 1 and 3.
Bring it up to speed with this.
Yeah, you are now talking about the clause. First, I was trying to get the definition, the new definition. And my understanding is that you are calling on us to delete the other than in the definition, the 2 of them, and leave the rest. As a result of that, when we come to clause 26, we will now have to delete 26 subclause 1 and subclause 2 and subclause 3. Yeah, I think we earlier deleted the 3, so it was left with 1 and 2. So in other words, there will be no clause 26. No clause 26. The amendment is deleted.
Mr. Speaker, the 26, we are rather using the clause 2 as 1. A shipping service provider shall.
I was asking, only one, only two, and they were they were not.
So, Mr. Speaker.
So your request is for us to delete sub-clauses 1 and 3. And then it will now be only one clause.
Yes,
26 will only sub-clause 2.
Yes. And Mr. Speaker, the sub-clause 1 will read, a shipping service provider shall register with the authority in accordance with this act.
Yes, so it will not be clause, sub-clause. It will just be the main clause. Honorable members, I think the committee has finally agreed that in clause 26, we delete sub-clauses 1 and sub-clause 3. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, a very small proposed amendment. Mr. Speaker, we've departed from in accordance with this act. Now we use under this act. All the recent legislations is under this act. So I don't know why they want us to go back. Yes, I think the one you are looking at.
There's nothing wrong with leaving it there.
Mr. Speaker, I yield. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I want to understand the import of the amendment in 26. From what the chairman of the committee is saying, we are deleting sub-clause 1 and 3, which means that it is only the operative provision will now be sub-clause 2. Mr. Speaker, if that is the case, it means that we are dispensing with the requirement of registration for shippers. It's only shipping service providers who will be required to register.
Yes.
Is that the import of it? Okay, thank you.
Okay, then the head.
That is the import, and we've done that in the next clause. We've handled the next clause, and we handled that issue. So I put the question now on clause 26. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, if that being the case, the head note, registration of shippers and shipping service providers, we should delete shippers, and then the head note will be registration of shipping service providers, based on the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee.
Let's finish with the 26. Well, what you are talking about is 27. Am I right?
You're talking about the head note.
Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about the head note. That is registration of shippers and shipping service providers.
Where is that? Or the head note?
That is so, the head note. So, Mr. Speaker, the proposal
let me put the question on the clause 26.
Then we can come.
After that, then we can handle the rest.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, clause 26, an amendment has been proposed and agreed to by the House to delete sub-clauses 1 and 3. And so we only have one main clause, which is the existing sub-clause 2. Those in favor of this amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now I put the question on clause 26 as a whole, and the question is that clause 26 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 26 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, there was a proposal for the heading to be amended. Registration of shippers and shipping service providers. So it will now only be registration of shipping service providers. Is that a proposal?
Yeah.
Honorable members, committee, what do you say to that?
Mr. Speaker,
yes, please.
The amendment that I propose for 27, even though not obligatory on the part of a shipper, he may elect to register. And that being the case, we may have to leave it in the head note.
Mr. Speaker, we must then take a look at his amendment, because if you look at 26, the requirement for registration is only for shipping service providers. So you cannot go to 27 and give an option for shippers to register, because they are not supposed to register. So it means that if we come to 27, we have to delete a shipper, and consequentially, we should delete a shipper throughout the provision, particularly provisions that will deal with
I totally agree with him.
applications.
I totally agree with him, because we need to be clear as to who we want to register. We have to be clear in our minds. Don't leave it to any doubt that some people can opt to register as shippers and others can decide not to register. That definitely will not be neat. Is that now you are opting to register?
Mr. Speaker, remember, is the reason why I said we should go back to 26. I agree with it in order to have relevance for what I have done in 27. Now, I guess what 26 provides is that it makes it mandatory for shipping service providers to register. But the shippers are not obliged to register. That is the import of what has been done in 26 now. And it's the reason why I said we should go back. Mr. Speaker, there are consequential provisions in respect of 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, all referring to a shipper who elects to register, to transact some specified business. So it's not under 26. And that's why I said, because of the fact that the decision in 26 was still pending, let's go and deal with it. So we bring clarity to bear.
Yes, please.
Right Honorable Speaker, I think we need to understand what is the purpose of registration. If the purpose of registration is regulatory in character, as opposed to just giving the shipping authority information, then you have that, you can make it optional. If it is regulatory, which it is from the memorandum, then you cannot make it optional for both shippers and shipping service providers. Because the memorandum of the bill says that it is to establish the Ghana Shippers Authority to regulate the commercial activities of shippers and shipping service providers. That is the legislative intent. So we cannot be, of course, Parliament is a supreme lawmaker, and we can decide that in terms of the content, we want to leave out shippers. But the proponents of the bill actually want shippers and shipping service providers to be mandatorily regulated by the authority. That is the intent.
Definitely from the memorandum, that is the intent. But in considering the contents of the bill, as you rightly stated, Parliament could disagree and then amend that intent to suit what we believe should be the correct position of the law. And that is why you don't always have to depend on the guidance of the memorandum in the interpretation of statutes. So the promoters of the bill are to guide us as to the policy of government. And that's why I keep on referring to the minister and the committee chair in this matter. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, having seen the memorandum accompanying the bill, the chairman of the committee or the sponsor should be telling us why 26(1) should be deleted. Because it is the deletion of the 26(1) that is causing the confusion in amending the head notes. And that is what is causing the confusion in 27. So we need to know the rationale behind the deletion of 26(1). Then we can be with you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having listened to the comments from my learned seniors and also from your good self, I see that based on the submission that they are making, you are not in a certain way. I'm minded to accept the proposal that we must regulate the shippers as well, because that will be the foundation upon which we are exercising jurisdiction over them. Now, if you don't make it a requirement, now the reason why we are doing all of these things is for us to be able to protect the shipper, the end user, the shipping service providers, and so on and so forth. So we are more or less in the middle, trying to balance their rights and obligations and ensure that everybody receives what is best in the industry. So, Mr. Speaker, I propose that we have 26(1), which will provide for the regulation. So the shipper shall be registered, and then 2 would have a provision for the shipping service provider. That way, when you lay the foundation, then the rest of the proceedings would follow. Otherwise, if we remove shipper, there's a tendency that we'll have to go through the process to remove shipper all throughout, and that's going to be defeating the true intent of this. So I accept that we should restore shipper.
The
26(1). We should restore the...
Apart from that, the new rendition you submitted as the definition of apart from that, the new definition of the word shipper has helped the situation. So we need to have the shipper and shipping services providers go together. So we have actually labored for 2 days in vain. And that is why we always need the policy providers or those who initiate policy to be present to guide the committee members during this very critical state of the consideration of bills. So, honorable members, we will have now to withdraw the earlier decisions we made in connection with clauses 26 and 27 with regard to the removal of shipper from the ambit of registration. And so my understanding is that the clause 26 and 27 apart from the change of the 27 clause 2B, where national was deleted and we inserted valid, the rest should remain as the correct rendition of the bill. I direct the draft person to take that into consideration in submitting the reconsidered bill for the third reading. I so direct. We now move on to, we took 28, we're at 30.
Suspension of registration.
31.
30, yes, those are.
Mr. Speaker, clause 30.
You have amendment to clause 30? I
Yeah,
don't
Mr.
see
Speaker,
any on the order paper.
clause 30. 31A. The shipper is, Mr. Speaker, delayed has lost. Delayed has lost, and insert is unable to satisfy the requirement on the basis of which the registration was made.
I don't get you.
Mr. Speaker, clause 31A. Delayed has lost after the shipper, and insert is unable to satisfy the requirements on the basis of which the registration was made.
Same with 32, 2A.
Mr. Speaker, 30B, 31B, delete 1 year and insert 3 months.
Honorable Member, let me take them one by one. Your proposed amendment to 31A is what I've been going through. What are those requirements that the shipper will be unable to satisfy? I don't see it. Because it's the main registration. So if you don't register, you are not recognized. And the next one is renewal. 27. That's application for registration.
We inserted May.
Yes, I see it. A shipper may. And, yeah, but now you come to 31A. And you say the authority may suspend the registration of a shipper, where A, the shipper is unable to satisfy the requirement on the basis of which the registration was made. So I'm trying to locate the requirement that the shipper is unable to satisfy.
Mr. Speaker, the details of the registration requirements will be stated in the regulations pursuant to clause 52. So that this one is a subsisting registration. You have already been registered with them, and you are unable to meet the terms under which the registration was made, then we'll suspend your license, your certificate of registration.
No,
So
there's no
it's
license.
not an initial one.
You are introducing another word, license.
Sorry.
It's not all about license. It says the authority may suspend the registration.
Yeah.
But you haven't registered.
No, Mr. Speaker, now we have restored 26(1). This one stands pari passu, Mr. Speaker.
The person hasn't registered yet. So what are you suspending?
Oh, the certificate of registration.
Yes.
Oh,
he's just in the course of registering. So he has not registered yet for him to suspend.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, we are guided. Mr. Speaker, we are guided. We are guided, Mr. Speaker. So the certificate of registration.
So the original rendition is correct, because you must be registered first. But if you were registered on the basis of a requirement and you've lost it, then they could proceed to suspend your registration. Yes. So I move on to clause 31.
Cancellation of registration.
Clause 32.
Notice of suspension or cancellation of registration.
Clause 33.
Restoration of suspended or cancelled registration.
Clause 34.
Publication of registered shippers and shipping service providers.
Clause 35.
Submission of cargo manifest and waybill.
Honorable members, the question is that clause 29 to 35. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, just a minor thing in 32C. 32C. And I think for the avoidance of doubt, they deleted the 1 year in 30 and inserted 3 months. 3 months. I think that should be factored. But the C, the shipping service provider contravenes. Mr. Speaker, we normally craft these bills in singular tenses. So the shipping service provider contravenes any rule, directive, or decision of the authority, or regulations under this act. The authority, it is that may issue the rules and directives and decisions. But the regulation certainly will be at the instance of the minister. So any rule, directive, decision of the authority, or regulations under this act.
The regulations are captured under the rule. The rules are the regulations. So once you use the word rule, it covers the regulations.
The Speaker, it's because,
any rule.
The Speaker, is because these are, my understanding of this, the first part, is that they are supposed to be administrative. That is by the authority itself. But the regulations will be at the instance of the minister.
Administrative
directives.
The administration don't make rules. They give instructions, directives,
and decisions,
or guidelines, or take decisions.
Precisely. So that's why I want us to make that distinction. But this is at the instance of the authority.
So you want, for the avoidance of doubt, we should add regulation.
Yes.
Okay.
under or regulation.
Then I go back and I mention only clause 30. Clause 30. There's a proposed amendment to clause 30, which are clause 30 sub clause 2C, line 1, delete after any of the, and line 2, insert regulations before decisions. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. I put the question on the whole of clause 30, and the question is that clause 30 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 30 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, former Majority Leader.
I was just going to say that it has consequential effect in 31(2)(c). 31(2)(c).
So I will direct. When we take them, I'll direct.
All right.
Yes.
And, Mr. Speaker, I think the Minister also wanted to have some amendment to the 31 with respect to how it's been captured. Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Speaker.
So let me call clause 31. Please repeat. Clause 31. Table office.
Cancellation of registration.
Yes. The proposed amendment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Proposing that we insert D in paragraph 31(2)(c), similar to paragraph 30, I think. So it should read the shipping, so additional clause, subclause. The shipping service provider has been convicted of a criminal offense related to the clearance of cargo at a port. So we have 2A, B, C. So we insert D. The shipping service provider has been convicted of a criminal offense related to the clearance of cargo at a port. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the justification is that we have a similar provision under 31A. So for the sake of consistency, we have to repeat the same clause so that it would gel and make a lot of more sense. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Criminal offense. Criminal offense. Service provider. You are talking about criminal offense.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
And you are talking about shipping service provider.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Which
Mr.
mostly
Speaker,
refers to corporate bodies.
that is correct, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under the Companies Act, a company is capable of committing a crime. So the company can commit an offense.
Per who? Per the company or the directors?
Mr. Speaker, sometimes the directors, even sometimes you pierce the veil and then go for the shareholders. But sometimes the,
but
the
now you are
company,
dealing with, now you are dealing with people.
but the company itself, Mr. Speaker, Quay company, is capable of committing a crime. When the organs, the directing minds of the company use the instrument of the company to commit a crime, then the company itself commits a crime. That does not take away the liability of the directors and, if necessary, the shareholders. But the company itself is capable of committing a crime. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my learned seniors are here. I'm sure they will corroborate this position that I'm elucidating right now before you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Dr.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, I know that when this matter came up during the enactment of the New Companies Act, it took a lot of debate, but we settled on the fact that it has to be the directors. Where a corporate body is liable for an offense, it's the directors who are held liable. Not the corporate entity, not the shell, but the alter egos, the directors, the controlling mind behind the company. So we may have to look at it. I know. Yes, not shareholders, but the directors, the controlling mind of the company. They are held liable for the commission of an offense. That is why, for instance, in contempt proceedings, where a corporate entity is held liable as being in contempt of courts, is the directors who are sanctioned, the directors who are punished. Yes. Speaker, alternatively, we can flag it and make progress.
No. The law actually talks about a company committing a crime.
Yeah.
You know, that is there. The Interpretation Act also captures it. It's just the issue of the mens rea that is the challenge. And that is where the persons are held liable, the directors, the shareholders, or whatever. And so we can take it. We can take it. But how it should be captured, I can only give a directive to the draft person to capture it in accordance with the law. So I direct that the draft person should capture it properly in accordance with the law. We get the opportunity to look at it again before the third reading.
Mr. Speaker, I think we can borrow from the Companies Act, the provision.
I have it here. Companies
we can borrow from there.
Yeah.
So we don't have to belabor it. Yes.
Yes. With that, I put the question on 31. And the question is that clause 31 stands as variously amended. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you take a look at 31, the authority shall cancel the registration of a shipper but if you come to the definition of a shipper, that includes a future owner.
We have amended that definition.
Thank you.
We haven't amended. Our attention has been drawn to a proposal to amend it to fall in line with the current thinking. I put the question again. The question is that clause 31 as amended stands foul of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, clause 31 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 32
Notice of suspension or cancellation of registration.
Clause 33.
Restoration of suspended or cancelled registration.
Clause 34.
Publication of registered shippers and shipping service providers.
And clause 35.
Submission of cargo manifest and waybill.
Honorable members, the question is that clauses 32 to 35 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Mr. Speaker,
It's a small insertion.
Clause 35, 1A.
Honorable member, then let me put 32 to 34. And the question is that clauses 32 to 34 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clauses 32 to 34 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, clause 35.
Mr. Speaker, clause 35, 1A. Mr. Speaker, I'm inserting not more than 3 days before the arrival of. Not more than 3 days before the arrival. And in the same clause 35B, sequential, Mr. Speaker, not more than 5 days after the departure of.
In other words, you are amending the main one at 35(1).
Yes, please.
Which it says not later than. So you are deleting the later.
Yes, please.
And inserting more.
Yes, please. Not more than
3 days before.
Oh.
Mr. Speaker, 31.
I haven't deleted the not. The only word you are deleting there is later. And you insert more.
Yes, please.
So the not is there, permanent. Yes. So, honorable members, clause 35(1), line 1, after not, delete the word later and insert more. So it reads, the agent of an ocean carrier in a port or haulier at a border shall not more than A, 3 days before the arrival of, then B, 5 days after the departure of. Yes. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it, the amendment is carried. I put the question on the whole of clause 35, and the question is that clause 35 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, clause 35 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, we've handled clause 36 earlier, and I am told that we can end here, take some items, and if we get time, we'll come back to the consideration stage of the bill. In the meantime, I want to acknowledge the presence of some more visitors. We have students, they've left. We have from the list I have here, students from the Inchiaso constituency, honorable members, they are not yet ready, so we go on with business. Yes, leadership.
Speaker.
So in the morning, related to a subject matter, which is captured as an item 12 on page 16. The chairman is here, and if you are minded...
So, honorable members, we deferred a consideration stage of the Ghana Shippers Authority Amendment Bill 2024. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, page 16, item 12.
Honorable members, we are called upon to take item 12 at page 16 of the order paper, which is a motion to be moved by chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that this Honorable House adopts a report of the Joint Committee on Energy and Lands and Natural Resources on the Songo salt mining undertaken by Electrochem Ghana Limited. And in so doing, Honorable Speaker, I present your committee's report. With your indulgence, I invite the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as if it's been fully read as I dilate on the salient points. Honorable Speaker, the background to this matter relates to three mining contracts ratified by the House on the 6th day of November 2020. And the issues that have come up are some misunderstanding as to how this salt mining undertaking is being conducted. One significant factor is that at all material times, Electrochem Ghana Limited has invested 88 million United States dollars as the first phase of this world-class salt mining undertaking. Honorable Speaker, the critical matter which is brought about this understanding is what is salt? Is it a national asset or is it a means of the livelihood of the great people of Adan? That is all the problem. And if you pay regard to paragraph 7.0 of the report, it is at the heart of all the troubles. And with your permission, I'd like to read what the law says. Salt is Article 2576 of the Constitution provides as follows. Every mineral in its natural state, in, under, or upon any land in Ghana, rivers, streams, water courses throughout Ghana, the exclusive economic zone, and any area covered by the territorial sea or continental shelf is the property of the Republic of Ghana and shall be vested in the President on behalf and in trust of the people of Ghana. Honorable Speaker, if you pay regard to Section 1 of the Minerals and Mining Act 2006, Act 703, as amended by Act 995, it provides as follows. Every mineral in its natural state is a reproduction of that. But what is significant is the interpretation section of Act 701, where industrial mineral is defined. Industrial mineral means basalt, clay, granite, gravel, gypsum, laterite, limestone, marble rock, sandstone, slate tar, salt, emphasis applied, and other minerals as the minister may from time to time declare by notice published in the Gazette. Honorable Speaker, if this is the state of affairs, and this is what the law says, then salt, I beg to say, is in the same category as gold vested in the president for and on behalf of the good people of Ghana. The same thing may be said of bauxite and the rest of them. And therefore, when we urge upon the indigents that the salt is not owned by, is not intended for the entire people of Ghana, it creates a monumental confusion, and people say, oh, this is our means of livelihood. And this is a problem that we are trying to clarify because of what the Constitution says. The same can be said that the bauxite in my backyard, Chebi and Atiwa rig, does not belong to the Chebi people. With the greatest of respect, it belongs to the whole of the people of Ghana, and it is vested in the president for the benefit of the entire country. When we are able to explain this state of affairs, there will be peace. And then we will have constitutional harmony in the realm. I wouldn't want to detain you too long, but let me go on the recommendations of your joint committee. Honorable Speaker, the committee did not see any need at all to review and or tinker with the 3 mining leases ratified by this august House on the 6th day of November 2020. There was nothing at all to show. There was no illegality that the Parliament previously committed in the ratification. It is imperative that the National Commission for Civic Education, NCCE, should embark upon a massive educational campaign in the salt mining area to bring the indigenous to the realization that salt is a natural mineral and not a means of livelihood in the same category of gold in the Ashanti region, petroleum in the western region, and bauxite in the eastern region. Honorable Speaker, this recommendation is very important. Political players in that space should desist from making political capital out of the use of national assets for the development of the nation Ghana, rather than inciting indigents to believe they are being robbed by the government of the day. Very important. There should be a serious security arrangement in the communities for them to come to terms with the fact that it is in the best interest of Ghana and the local communities to desist from any form of lawlessness to pave the way for a national undertaking with export benefits to function at full throttle. Parliament and NCCE should be the arrowheads in this regard. Honorable Speaker, if we care to know, if we give space to salt production, the data is showing that it could rival or even overtake our returns on gold and then cocoa. This is very important. This is when we are going to affect the Georgesburg economy. That another, mineral is going to bring us a lot of money. And I will share the data with you because we couldn't attach it to this report. We are also informed that somebody lost his life. Numo Kolete Agomeda. We are urging on this House that the police, should go into this matter and bring the perpetrators to book. Honorable Speaker, there was an error with the recommendation number XV, and I want to read it and correct the error. Electrochem Ghana Limited, in the rollout of this immensely significant national project, should not desecrate the Northwest missing cemeteries, fetish houses, and places within the concession area. Honorable Speaker, respectfully submitted.
Yes, any seconder to the report that has been moved? Yes. Who is ranking? Oh no, it's a special committee. Yes. Yes, yes. So please.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to give my impression about what the... I'm not in favor, so I can't second.
Right,
Yes,
Honorable
any
Speaker.
seconder.
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded for the adoption of the report for the consideration of the House. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to express my concerns about the chairman's report on this particular issue, which I really don't accept the report to be taken, with your permission, with the following reasons as I have them here. One of the major points of the reference point for the committee is the site and acquaint themselves with the area and interact with the people to be sure that they really understand what the whole situation is about. But that has not been done. According to the recommendation, they would like to do that later on. But if you have presented your report already, before going to check on all that, and your finding is such that maybe it's the otherwise, what will you do? So this is one of the reasons. Two, as a member of parliament for the area, my input, I was asked to make an input with concerning the situation there. I presented a paper for which I expected that it would be part of those that they use for whatever has been done. But unfortunately, when I checked all those whose paper they received, my paper was not taken. Well, I was not mentioned. That means they did not look at it at all. They did not see it. And it's unfortunate because I made strong points for my people, for which I expected that my paper should be acknowledged as one of those that they received, for which they used for whatever discussions they did. But unfortunately, my paper was not acknowledged, and I found that very outrageous or strange. Three, I want to add more, that's right. Three, Mr. Speaker, I also find it difficult to understand why over 3 good years, Electrochem is unable to compensate business and men who bought salt before he took over. He agreed that he would compensate them so that they could continue with their business, but till now, they managed to do some for some, but not all. And you could imagine people who use all their money to buy salt at a point, and then now, 3 years, you have not paid them the money to continue with their business. What will be their situation? So, this is also one of the facts that when I read the report, it was missing. Rather, they were talking about compensation for those that were hurt and those are police method brutalities too. So I felt this is also a point that they could have gone or presented this report without it. And also the major concern of the people is not about the electrical company not taking part or having to do his work there. But it has to do, the question is 41,000 acres of land to one company. The people are wondering, how is it going to work on all this land? Why can't we sublet it, let different companies come in so that we can have competition? There is going to be a monopoly. And with that, we cannot really achieve the best, the maximum. And so far, as a member of parliament and with the brutalities concerning the police and even the electrical company, when I go around, you can see that they are only concentrating on the already existed project area, which is called Songo Salt. So the people are not against the electrocab's presence there. Myself, I'm for the electrocab. But the manner in which things are going is fact a bit of concern. And if we could address those issues, we can have electrical working there peacefully, for which the government will benefit, my people will also benefit, and myself, I will also benefit. So, say, Mr. Speaker, I would really like us to don't rush into conclusion. We can take this. I will appeal to your seat if you could accept we only did 2 engagements with the people without even going there. So if you could give the committee some time to go back to the drawing board so that we take our time to bring a report which will really bring a permanent solution there. As it is, as a member of parliament for the good people of Adan, when we go on with this, we will still not have our peace. But I want the company to exist and work there. But let's go about things the manner in which the people will also accept. There hasn't been enough stakeholder consultations. And that has led to all this. And the joint committee, I'm sorry, couldn't also, go back to the press and engage people who could have been contacted before coming out of the report. I'm not against the report entirely, but I wish it could have been done in a different way, a bit of what we have now. So with all respect to your seat, if this report could be, or committee could be extended with time to do more work so that we will really look at it. We will look at it comprehensively and come out with a solution which will fit or will help the people of Adan, for that matter, Asege. So, Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of points to make, but I think these few ones could really bring out what I'm trying to talk about. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Neil and Van der Poy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a son of the soil, my heart is filled with so much pain and anger reading this report. If you care to know, I'm from Ada 4. I'm so passionate about this because not only have we lost family members, some of our people are mutilated, disabled, and now cannot do anything. And what is even depressing me more, for such things, such criminal acts to be described as minor criminal acts. When people have been killed, people have been maimed, police and soldiers rounding up people, beating them up at the instigation of a so-called investor, you can't describe it as minor criminal offenses. Minor, when people's lives have been lost. Mr. Speaker, the history of Adan Songo cannot describe as any of these incidents, mining or natural resource. Mr. Speaker, you know the history of Adan Songo. From the time of the PNDC, NDC government, under our illustrious former President Jerry John Rawlings, the concessions that were in order to bring sanity, peace, and tranquility to the area. We know the problem that came up with the issue of vacuum salt. From vacuum salt to advanced stronger salt. The sort of injection that government made into it in order to restore the industry. And the concessions that were made so that the indigenous people can also have job to do. Today, somebody has just taken over everything, denying the indigenous people the little that they can also harvest in mind for their survival. And when they resist, soldiers and policemen are hired to chase them, beat them up, and even kill them. Our sacred groves are being desecrated, wantonly desecrated, without any recognition of the culture and traditions of the people. So these are not issues that should just be swept under the carpet and allowed to go. If in some areas, chiefs will shut up and allow Galamsey to spoil their rivers and do anything to them without any benefit to the people, we the people of Ada will not allow this to continue. Our people need to survive. And one investor cannot appropriate the whole concession to himself and allow the people to go hungry and die. We cannot in this house say we are more intelligent than the PNDC, the NDC, the Mills government, the Kufuor government that look at this issue and settled it in a manner that had maintained peace until this time. We are not wiser than the Kufuor government or the Mills government. Why didn't the people agitate under President Kufuor or under Mills? Why didn't they do that? Were there any killings at that time? No, because there was a peaceful resolution to give the people opportunity to also mine part of the concession so they can have livelihood. Today, what is happening? Even when you attempt going near that land, brutalities are vested on you. Why? And the people that they are not human beings? We cannot, if everybody in this house will accept this report, Mr. Speaker, I want to register my opposition to this report. And I want it reflected in the hazard that one time was somebody, a member of this house, called Neil Antivanapoi, was against this report. I totally disagree with this report. Mr. Speaker, under the agreement, I'm happy the report itself is saying that a concession meant for the people should be looked at. The investor has totally appropriated the whole concession to himself. And that's the only cry of the people. That they can also mine and have a concession, that they can also get something for themselves and to pay their children's school fees and live as human beings. And this, they've been denied. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say here, no political pundit is agitating or inciting any group of people. The people of Adan know what is good for them. The people of Adan do not wait for any of us here, either the MP, Doyo, the MP for Adan, or me, Neil Antivanapoi, to incite them to resist an oppressor's rule. Resisting oppressor's rule is expressed in our national anthem. They know what is right for them. Adan people are also intellectuals. They know their left from their right. And none of us here has ever incited anybody. If there is any group of people who are inciting the people of Adan to resist this oppressor's rule, it is the electoral people. Because Adan people cannot continue to be treated as if they are living in another planet, where soldiers and policemen are always around them, harassing them. They are human beings. Their liberties and freedoms must be respected. Mr. Speaker, I urge this House to shelve this report and let us as a House look at it very well, because, Mr. Speaker, consultations are done before policy decisions are taken. You don't take a policy decision when it has backfired and people have resisted, then you say you are going to do consultations and stakeholder meetings. Stakeholder meetings and consultations are done. If you've done what we call decision making, you know that you do stakeholder consultations, you go into black box and everything before you take a decision. If we are certain by this report that we have not done enough stakeholder consultations, let's share this report, see and make sure that the right thing has been done, so that the people there will be at peace with the investor. We don't say that the resource should not be mined, the resource should not be developed for the interest of the state, but we are saying that the resource. Yesterday, I heard our colleague, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Menchia North, is it the Ranimate? Is it Menchia North or South? Menchia South, telling the people, the chiefs and people of Nungwa, that they should rise up and fight for what belongs to them. Our Ranimate. He told the people of Nungwa. So, if we don't do the appropriate stakeholder consultations for the people of Adam to appreciate what is being brought to them, so that they can cooperate with the investor, so that we can all live in peace. They are animate. I want to. So, then, Mr. Speaker, there won't be peace, because the people will continue to resist an oppressor's rule. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Zanato.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Zanato Rollins.
Oh.
I want to hear from the lady. I'll come back to you. Are you too fired up that you can't hold on for some time?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute. Mr. Speaker, my name is captured in this report, and the concerns I raised, unfortunately, don't seem to have been factored in the conclusion, which was to state, if you open to page 4, 3H, on page 4, it made reference to the fact that, and I quote, contributing to the statement, Honourable Dr. Zaneto Ajiman Rawlings, the Member of Parliament for Klote-Kwale constituency, stressed that there should be local content in the salt mining enterprise to solve unemployment challenges in the area. She was emphatic that the underlying criminality of whatever hue or color should be addressed by law enforcement agencies. Mr. Speaker, it appears as though there are lots of questions that have been raised, but the report itself is not speaking to those questions and responding to them. So we have a report that has a lot of questions that we are looking for responses to, and yet this report has not responded to those specific questions. And I believe that if we are truly supposed to have the minerals of this country vested on behalf of the people, those who are indigenous to the areas where these particular minerals are discovered or being exploited must not lose out. We've seen this trend happen in too many communities. This is an opportunity for us to do the right thing for the indigenous people in the locality so that they don't lose out as a result of commercialization of the salt. And we also need to look at the issue of anti-competitive actions taken on behalf of various companies that make it impossible for local industries or even small-scale industries to thrive. Mr. Speaker, we are in a period where the economy is not doing the best. And to find us in a situation where the local people are being squeezed out of the opportunity of having livelihoods, I believe is unfair. And we are the representatives of the people, and we cannot remain silent as a report like this is laid before the House. And so I would like to add my voice to the other members of Parliament, Honourable Nilante van der Poy and Honourable Otute, in saying that this report must be looked at again. There must be greater consultation. If a visit was planned to the area, that visit must be done as part of what the committee, the joint committee, must do before this report is laid before the House and the House is made to vote on this report. I thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Dr. Donko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a former member of the Committee on Mines and Energy, I want to put on record that the committee had earlier visited the site, but not the joint committee. I would just want the facts to be set up. The Committee on Mines and Energy made a field visit. Mr. Speaker, but more importantly, as a nation, the Songo salt project typifies the type of challenge we have as a nation. Mr. Speaker, we are a nation in transition. The state, in this case represented by Parliament and other bodies, have taken decisions that are on paper and by the Constitution and the law legal. But the decisions of the state do not always favor nation building. The nation is made up of the different ethnicities in the geographical space called Ghana, whereas the state is essentially represented by institutions. The people of Adan have historically lived around the coast and mined salt as a source of living. Our grandfathers walked all the way from Nchumru land, walked all the way from the north to the coast for salt. However, with modernity, we now have an entity called Ghana. And in trying to bring all the various ethnicities and nationalities together, we have to be conscious of the interests of all segments of this geopolity we call Ghana. And so, whereas all the requirements of the law might have been met, Parliament should find a way of encouraging nation building by bringing on board the essential livelihood, the essential cultures and characteristics of the various nationalities we are putting together as one nation. That is at the crux of this problem. The people of Ada, the Dangwe people, have historically lived on salt. So the state is now coming out with a new construct. We must make room. We should find a way of making room for the people of Ada within the construct. It is important, and it is a truism, that commercial mining with technology would definitely enhance the quality of the salt, would definitely enhance the quantity, and will yield greater dividends. However, in this context, the context of wind versus polygamy, in the context of modernity versus tradition, we cannot jump all the hurdles at a go. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, on the report, the committee recognized that the desecration of sacred sites, the disrespect for cultural sensitivities have not been properly done. And therefore, the committee is even recommending that this should be a thing of the past. Petrochem must respect our cultural sensitivities, Electrochem, must not destroy our cultural sites. as they have been doing. And we met representatives of all sides, and this was a very strong point. But, Mr. Speaker, it is also that this House, in my opinion, encourages the continuous engagement. We should use the regulator. Indeed, the Minerals Commission, we can direct the Minerals Commission to ensure an outgrower type of arrangement where the indigenous people can have a session of their concession for them to produce, with the help of electrochem, produce using modern methodologies and then sell to electrochem so that we can create a win-win situation. Mr. Speaker, if you look at 8.05, the committee emphasized the need for this continuity in engagement. It should also go on record that Parliament encouraged or directed the Minerals Commission to create space for the indigenous people within the concession. The committee had to look at 3 agreements or 3 leases which had already been ratified by this House. And therefore, it was quite difficult for the committee in looking at those leases to either say the leases are valid or not valid. So that was a challenge. But this House has the power to direct the Minerals Commission, Mr. Speaker, to create space within the concessions, if we take the concessions as having been made for the people of Ada. The people of Ada deserve that. The people of Ada deserve to see their lives improve. Mr. Speaker, we must endeavor to create a win-win situation. I thank you for the opportunity to contribute.
Yes, let me listen to, is that Dr. Amwa? Yes, Honorable, you change your sitting place, but you are permitted. You can deliver from there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for this prestigious opportunity. Mr. Speaker, before I make my comment, I would like to ask for your permission to read Article 257, Section 6 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. With your permission, I read it. Every mineral in its natural state, in, under, or upon any land in Ghana, rivers, streams, water, throughout Ghana, the exclusive economic zone, and any area covered by the territorial sea or continental shelf is the property of the Republic of Ghana and shall be vested in the President on behalf of and in trust for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, as much as I agree with some of my colleagues from the other side of the political divide, that of course, in terms of having empathy for the indigenous brothers we all cherish and love most from the Ada area, we need to, as a House, help develop paradigm shifts that will ensure their inclusion in building the economic capacity of the community and the country. If we don't take care, what will happen is that Western region, they will begin to say that the oil there belongs to them, and for that matter, any decision, whether of national, international, or community interest, will not be taken care of. Mr. Speaker, if we are not careful, those from Ashanti region and Broahafu will follow suit. If we don't take care, those from Upper East will follow suit. And what will you be doing to the laws of this land in championing a cause that will bring us together and build the needed cohesion and out of collectivism build our own country for the very good purpose of our brothers, including those from Ada. So as much as we are all trying to find a common point of convergence in dealing with this issue, I would like to suggest that probably what we can do is that any company, being large or small, that is giving the legal mandate to manage some of these state natural resources should find a way to include the community people along the value chain in terms of job creation so that they can also derive economic gains. I think such proposals or propositions should be given the needed attention and consideration rather than sometimes trying to grip some sort of tribal specific sentiments which do not or that do not form the needed functional framework in building our republic. So, Mr. Speaker, all that I'm saying is that we feel for the people, we empathize with them, we show some sort of agreement to what our brothers are trying to say, but in trying to also do that, we should also respect the laws of the land. We should also understand the fact that natural resources, whether in the sea or on land, belong to the state, belong to all of us, and the Constitution stipulates that they are vested in the president. And we should look at other regions. Some of these natural resources are going through the same exercises. And because of that, we all benefit. Because of redistribution and social intervention policies and back on by the same government. And I think we don't have to do politics with this. I think we don't have to bring in anything that will let our exercise be in purification. It will not help us. I don't think that is appropriate. So, Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is that we need to, as a house, try to come together. We need, as a house, to come.
Yes, what word is that?
Mr. Speaker, the word you used, none of us here understood the word.
What is the word?
Ossicosis. Sir, we don't understand.
Honorable Member, can you repeat the word?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I repeat the word, I want to explain to him to understand, if you allow me, sir. The meaning of the word is exercise being conducted without any fruit, wordless exercise. Anything that will not yield the needed results. And the word is purification.
I believe I am rather tempted to believe that this is a coinage from you. It's a construct of your language, not English language.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, anybody can check from the English. In fact, Oxford Dictionary, the spelling is FLOCCI, Flossie. No, NAUCCINI, Hilly, HILIPIFCAKON. It is an English vocabulary and it can be found in the Oxford Dictionary. But Mr. Speaker, having explained that to them, I think the importance of...
It's not in any Oxford Dictionary. Please, you may have to draw my attention to it. The way you spell that word is not in any Oxford Dictionary.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, it can be Googled here. Anybody can Google and check.
Yes, if we all have Google here, we can spell it.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, they want to write. So I'll do that for them. Okay, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like them to write and check. The word is purification. And the spelling is FLOCCI
NAU CI NI HI LI PI LI FI ATION fluoxetinosinihilification. It simply means wordless exercise. Exercise that is not yielding any results. And I think such exercises are dysfunctional to the performance of our republic. And I'm admonishing my brothers, in times such as this, let us all build the needed cohesion that will be functional to building our own country, and not try to incite other people against the focus that we need as a country to building the same economy that they will benefit from as a result of redistribution policies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Dafiemoko.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the motion that the report prepared by the Mines and Energy Committee be adopted. Mr. Speaker, may I refer the House to page 3 of the report, particularly paragraph 3, sub 5. Speaker, with your leave, let me read. The Joint Committee considers it significant to capture the pith of the statement delivered at the floor of the House on the 9th day of October 2023 by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Sege, Mr. Christian Kolete Ututai, which prompted the referral and remit as well as their contributions. Mr. Speaker, A, the Songo Lagu Enclave is an ancient source of livelihood for his constituents. B, on the 6th day of November 2023, when his constituents were doing their salt mining business at Tofloko, there was a confrontation between his constituents of the one part and the police. A team of young men from Electrochem Ghana Limited of the other part. An indigent by name, Numo Kolete Agomeda, died as a result of firing of gunshots. C, the Honorable Member demands a police investigation of the incident above. D, the Honorable Member also prayed for the Committee on the Defense and Interior to delve into these matters. E, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Ada, Ms. Comfort Doyo Kujo, contributing to the statement, submitted that the Ashantis have their gold, and not all the gold concessions have been given to Anglo Gold Ashanti, and the people are given space for Galamsey. Electrochem Ghana Limited should yield space to the indigents to do same relating to their white gold. F, the Managing Director of Electrochem Ghana Limited, Dr. Daniel Kolete, had assured her that the company will yield space for the indigents to work already. The MP informed Parliament that 3 communities, namely Nakomkope, Agbafo, and Adumakope, have benefited from the largesse of the company. G, the Honorable MP wanted Electrochem Ghana Limited to enlarge the scope of their social corporate responsibilities. H, contributing to the statement, the Honorable Dr. Zaneto Ajumaronis, the Member of Parliament for Klote Kole constituency, stressed that there should be local content in the salt mining enterprise to solve unemployment challenges in the Adan area. She was emphatic that the underlying criminality of whatever hue or color should be addressed by the law enforcement agencies. Mr. Speaker, these were the basis upon which the committee proceeded to look into the matter. Speaker, therefore, I was looking forward to seeing the report, amongst others, the acreage of the concession of Electrochem vis-a-vis the acreage of the areas occupied by the indigenes, and whether the size of the concession which is generating the problem is co-terminus to the residents, the area occupants. That is not reflected in the report. Because the key concern of the people, I gather from the statement made last year, which gave birth to this committee inquiry, is that the people also want the opportunity to engage in their age-old salt mining activities, as well as allowing Electrochem to also continue to do its legitimate business. If that is not happening, then of course, the point made by the Honorable Comfordoyo Ganza, as captured in the report, will be a matter for us to look at. That where a people, by their circumstance and environmental situation, are accustomed to a certain activity, and the state exercising its right under the Constitution, then take away the opportunity of the people to engage in that environmental activity, Mr. Speaker, it will lead to communal clash. It will lead to communal clash, and that is what is happening. So I think that the committee ought to have made that finding of fact for the House to be able to take a certain decision to determine whether or not the concession granted to Electrochem is such that it takes away the area where the indigenous people have been working for all these years, or not. If it does, then maybe the size of the concession may have to be looked at, and portion taken away and allowed for the people to be able to mine their salt. Because you see, in all that we do, as part of the recommendation, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about employment, corporate social responsibility, NCC coming in to do community engagement. It's all about peaceful coexistence. It is in the report that Electrochem allegedly has invested $88 million, even though no evidence has been cited. But if you invest $88 million and you are in conflict with the community people, how do you recoup your investment? It's very, very important. We are talking about local content. If the company and its staff are in conflict with the people, how do you recruit the people from the locality to be able to work for you? So I think that the committee ought to have taken a look at these very critical matters, giving birth to the inquiry in question. Mr. Speaker, clearly the MPs from the area are not happy about what is happening. And from the content of the report as it is addressing the matter on the ground, Mr. Speaker. So you have done it before. The committee may have to go back and look at these other matters prevailing on the ground to determine whether the people do not have a place to do their salt mining as it is, vis-a-vis whether Electrochem has actually taken over the entire area. Then the House can be properly guided to give some directives on the matter. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the report before the House. Mr. Speaker, on page 12 of the report, paragraph numbered X, we are told that the nation Ghana has a stake in the Electrochem Ghana Limited and its salt mining business in Ghana, in Ada, Songo. But there can be no gainsaying that the people of Ada and the people of the Songo area do equally have a stake in the country Ghana, and Ghana must be seen to also be caring for the people of Ada. So this should be looked at in both ways. The next paragraph calls on the police to continue their investigations. But, Mr. Speaker, it is really worrying that for a matter of such magnitude, we have had a long investigations. And the delay is further causing anxiety and creating problem in the area. I want to use this opportunity to call on state actors who are seized with the responsibility of investigating matters like this, that the more we delay when such matters occur, the worse it is for us as a people. We can cite many examples where we have come to this floor and lamented the actions of people, whether state security agencies or individuals, and yet we keep hearing investigations are ongoing. I recall the case of the Homowo shooting incident last year, the case of the Kledio shooting, and this electrochem Songo issue that occurred. We have seen many calls for speedy investigations and actions to no avail. Mr. Speaker, I think that as we discuss this matter, another issue that is worrying for me is the fact that sometimes in our bid to solve issues, we infringe on the rights of our own citizens. In this particular matter, we know the police and military stationed in the area have been there, and their presence are very intimidating. Their presence is very intimidating to the people, and to a very large extent, it doesn't promote free movement of our people in the area. And so whilst we see the danger or the fact that the unrest in the area must be curbed, onus is on all of us to ensure that the security would expeditiously take care of the investigations and bring perpetrators to book. Especially where we know that during the period, some of our kinsmen have lost their lives. And those who have died, Mr. Speaker, the least we can do is to assure their families of expeditious judicial service to them. We must be seen caring for our people, especially where someone has died, Mr. Speaker. If we do not at least give the assurance to the family, what we would be seeing is loss of trust in our security agencies. And for that matter, state institutions that are mandated to deal with matters such as this will lack the support of our people. And so, Mr. Speaker, we want to say that at least for the families that have lost their lives, whilst we pursue the case, there must be some form of consolation, some sort of condolences extended to them, and some support for them to even mourn their bereaved members. Without sounding repetitive, Mr. Speaker, earlier speakers have mentioned the fact that this protracted dispute in the area is affecting livelihoods. And indeed, I want to add my voice to the fact that the people of Ada have lived all these years relying on these mineral resources. Yes, all resources are vested in the state, and the state has interest. But the resources appear in jurisdictions, and our traditional areas where these resources come from their rights must not be trampled upon just because the state has oversight and power over those resources. Mr. Speaker, I recall in the early or mid-90s when I visited the Songo area. At the time I was pursuing my wife, and I had visited the area with her to the riverside to go and win salt. And it was a beautiful spectacle. Yes, I followed my wife to Songo, so I'm a witness to the fact that the Songo is a basic livelihood support for the people of Ada. But here we are, within the commercialization of that resource at the expense of sustaining our tradition and customs and the economic independence of the people. Today we have this conflict. May I use this medium to, Mr. Speaker, call on all stake actors in this matter that we cannot extinct or deprive the people of their livelihood. If indeed the matter at stake has to do about the extent and the expanse of acquisition by the investor, and we are told that about 41,000 acres of land has been vested into an individual. Mr. Speaker, it is only fair that both interests, the commercialization and the indigenous people's interest, must be married, so that at the end, whilst we pursue improved economic activities, we also thrive on sustaining the traditions and customs of our people, especially where it relates to their economic livelihood. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
May I, honorable members, take a few minutes, 5 minutes, to suspend sitting, then I'll be back for us to conclude, if possible, on this matter, and then take a break. Please, just five minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, let's continue with the deliberations on the report of the committee. Yes. Yes, we are continuing.
Oh, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to make a few observations in respect of the report presented by the chairman, or is it former chairman, of Mines and Energy. Mr. Chairman, I have just a few observations to make. I have always said that the Constitution is very clear that governmental powers must be exercised in the name of and for the welfare of the people. The fact that the state has the exclusive right to minerals in terms of Article 268 of the Constitution does not necessarily mean that when it is exercising that power of eminent domain over minerals, it should trample upon the rights of the communities in which the natural resource or natural resources are found. For us to comply with...
Yes, what is it? He says what? He could...
He said 268.
Yes, Speaker, it's a slip. So I meant to say very well. Well, I don't have the Constitution here, but I do know the chapter on natural resources very well. So, Mr. Speaker, the point I am making is that when the state is exercising this power vested in it under the Constitution, the state must at the same time respect the rights of the people. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you recall that recently, in the case of the Ogoni people, a court in the Netherlands asked that the Ogoni community be compensated for the human rights abuses that occurred as a result of the exploitation of oil resources by Shell PLC. Mr. Speaker, what I want to underscore is that though the report of the committee has not detailed the human rights abuses that have occurred in relation to the Songo Lagoon salt exploitation by Electrochem, Mr. Speaker, various honorable members, I remember the honorable member for Ododo, the honorable Neil Ante van der Poel. I also remember the Honorable Otute mentioned the fact that in the course of seeking to exploit the salt resources, Electrochem or agents of Electrochem were involved either directly or indirectly in human rights abuses. This is the House of Parliament. We are enjoined by the Constitution in Chapter 5 to uphold the fundamental human rights enshrined in the Constitution. I do not think that Parliament should approve any transaction in respect of which there is evidence of human rights abuses having occurred or having been occasioned by either the state or any entity affiliated to the state, or an entity that is wholly private, but that is being aided by the state in order to commit rights abuses. Mr. Speaker, I think that we should call for an investigation of the human rights abuses that have occurred, and then if we find that there were actual excesses committed by the state agents for and on behalf of Electrochem, they should be held accountable. They should pay compensation to the local communities before they should be allowed to continue the exploitation of the natural resource which is found within the community. That is the subject matter of our report. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that as a House we should be entertaining this report and approving it for Electrochem to continue, unless we can say that they will, be held accountable, or they will compensate the people of Songo for the human rights abuses that have occurred. Mr. Speaker, this is my humble submission. I can see that the Swami Mercy wants to respond. Hey.
Yes, please. Former Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the report before us. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to colleagues who have spoken to the issue at stake, some of them very, very passionately, and some really saturating their contributions with high-falutin emotions. Mr. Speaker, we are in this chamber at the instance of the 1992 Republican Constitution. And within the ambit of the Constitution, the rule of law is the oil that lubricates our governance. Mr. Speaker, we should not banish this. It's a core and indeed cardinal principle. We are here at the instance of the 1992 Republican Constitution. Mr. Speaker, what we are dealing with is a resource in a country called Ghana. And the country called Ghana, Mr. Speaker, has its various components. The land area, and then we have the territorial sea, and then we have the airspace. Within all these three components, within the airspace, within the land area, and within the territorial sea, we could have mineral resources. Let's not forget that under Article 4 of the Constitution, Ghana is a unitary state. Ghana is a unitary state. Mr. Speaker, Article 2576, quoted by the honorable member who just spoke before me, the Honorable Dr. Dominic Ayine, the former Deputy Attorney General and a law lecturer at University of Ghana, is quoted Article 2576, that all minerals in their natural state belong to the state, wherever they are found, and they are vested in the President for and on behalf of the Republic. So it's for everybody, everywhere in this country. Mr. Speaker, I remember when we came to fashioning the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, this matter came up strongly. Today, as we speak, we are being told that initial feasibility studies coming out suggest that the gold that has been discovered up north is perhaps huger than what obtains in Ashanti and Western region. Let's not do anything to suggest that if the country moves there, if feasibility studies is concluded and some concessions are granted to some people to go and mine the gold, the people up north will rise up to say that, well, this is our property. We should be careful. Mr. Speaker, we should be careful. Mr. Speaker, having said that, the Constitution provides in Article 20 that even where the state compulsorily acquires the land and then leases it out for investment for the greater good of the country, then prompt compensation must be paid. What I've not heard from the report is whether or not compensation has been paid. And if compensation has been paid, whether it is adequate. Mr. Speaker, I thought the committee was going to furnish us with these facts. Unfortunately, we don't have it. Is it the case that perhaps the inadequacy of the compensation, if anything has been paid, is one of the triggers for the communal violence that we are experiencing? I don't know. I don't want to hazard a guess. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we should interrogate that. Again, we should also look at the social responsibility of the company, the social responsibility of the company, whether what they have done is adequate. Let's not forget, Mr. Speaker, that I'm told that the total area involved is 41,000. Is it acres or hectares? Hectares. 41,000 acres, not hectares. 41,000 acres. Now, they've also given out about 1,000 acres to the indigenous people. Is that adequate? Is the 1,000 acres adequate? Or is it not adequate? We should look at the population in the area. So if you give 1,000 acres to maybe a population of about 5,000, would it be adequate? These are matters that we should interrogate. Mr. Speaker, as to the issue raised by Dr. Ayine, who said to us that if there are issues of corruption or whatever, human rights abuse, then the people should be stopped. I don't know where it's coming from. The Speaker, in the late 80s and early 90s, within the corridors of the World Bank, such issues came up, and it was suggested that corrupt or undemocratic regimes should not be lent World Bank funding. It couldn't hold. It couldn't hold. What is the criteria of assessment? But, Mr. Speaker, if there's any activity that's going on there that is untoward, yes, as a House, we should not condone. If it has to be investigated, we should join ranks to ensure that justice is done. At the end of the day, some people are mining who are going to be deprived of eternal use of the land. If compensation is paid, how is it going to sustain the livelihood of the people? Mr. Speaker, these are matters that we should be interrogating, and I'm not too sure that we should be overly sentimental about this. We shouldn't. Then I have spoken to the corporate social responsibility. I would want to suggest that 1,000 acres out of 41,000 acres would not be adequate for the people. So how do you come to a determination on appropriate parceling out of some of the acreages that's gone to the company to be given to the people. I mean, we must come together to dialogue on this. We must come together to dialogue on this. But, Mr. Speaker, in a lighter vein, and we are talking about salt that is being processed from the sea. Is the salt that is processed from the sea a natural resource? Technically, is it a natural resource? Salt that is mined on the land is a natural resource. But if you trap the sea and process it to get salt, is it a natural resource? Mr. Speaker, the sea, the territorial sea belongs to Ghana. It belongs to Ghana. And the water contained is a natural resource for Ghana. But I'm talking about the salt itself. You have processed it. So it's not a natural resource. But, Mr. Speaker, this is something that we can think through. But I'm saying that where we are, in order to facilitate the business of the company, I think that we can allow them to do that subject to these observations. One, the payment of adequate compensation. Two, the fact that they should increase the acreage of land that is given to them. And then the third one is the corporate social responsibility, that we should ensure they have adequate and a reasonable share of social responsibility for the people. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, thank the various contributors to this very important statement. And to say that I've listened variously to members quote Article 257(6), where every mineral in its natural state is vested in the President, and rightly so. But what we've not asked is why are we investing the President with this power? What is he supposed to do with these resources? And I take you to
the people, for the greater good of the people.
Article 34, the directive principle of state policy. That is the reason why the President is giving the state, is giving this power. Among other things, the state is supposed to undertake even development, and in particular improve the conditions of life in people in rural areas like the people in Ada, and generally redress any imbalance in the development between the rural and the urban area. And a lot of them, these are the reasons, a lot of reasons why the President is supposed to ensure is vested with this power. And I start off, it's as if we are all talking about peace without talking about justice. Mr. Speaker, have we asked this question? That payment of royalties to communities in mining areas, for example, on the authority of the President, are in arrears. Are we aware? There's a reason why people in these communities, and we must start with the failure of the states. Not too long ago, Honourable Speaker, we were in this house. We were discussing passionately about oil discovery and how we will ensure that Ghana will benefit. And all of a sudden, the people of the Western region, especially led by Chief, says, no, we don't trust Ghana government. When they take the resources, they will not bring even a piece of it for our development. Give us 3%. We made the same argument here. If we give it to you, then what do we say to Ashanti? What do we say to the northern region? That's what is being repeated. Not too long ago, Cote d'Ivoire almost took Ghana to, we were in arbitration with Cote d'Ivoire. Has anybody asked how we won? We won because the communities closest to where oil is being produced testified on behalf of Ghana in court to say that we've lived here for over 100 years and our land, our border belongs to Ghana. And so the territory belongs to Ghana. More than that, please, I was part of the arbitration. You don't try. The point I'm making is that the point I'm making is that these are very important matters. And so
I will come before you.
The question that we must ask is that communities, for example, that are in a place where resources are found, have every right to benefit. And Mr. Speaker, I was struck by the report, page 11, VI, and I quote, "It is imperative that the National Commission of Civil Education should embark upon a massive educational campaign in the salt mining area to bring indigenous to the realization that salt is a natural mineral and not a local means of livelihood." I completely disagree with this statement. It is true. It is true that these minerals must be for the benefit of the entire country. But when we have lived in a place and all we have done in our life, where we get our livelihood, is this salt to tell us all of a sudden that there is the emergence of electrochem. So all of a sudden, this is not where we should survive. We have the right to feed our children. We have the right to live. So we have to find a balance. And that should be the discussion. That should be the discussion. When you discover oil, and people who are fishing all of a sudden are told that you can't go to this territory, and they are saying this is where the fish is. And Ghana Navy says you can't venture. And they come home and say because of the oil production now we can't even fish. What do you then do to make sure that these people survive? You dialogue. You find a way to give them a new way of living. In this particular case with Adam, what you do is government leading the way to make sure. We've given you 41,000 acres of land. And so in this report we are told, oh, we've given them 1,000 acres, and even the women have given them 3 million Ghana cedis. They should be fine, they should be happy. It is not enough. And so I think the call to make sure that we go back to the drawing board, working with the company, engaging the community to find a win-win solution is the way forward. Making sure we increase the acreage so that the people in that area can live in dignity and work, while the company also really engages in its own business. There has to be a win-win. And so this discussion must not be emotional at all. But we have to find a balance between industry, doing big business, and ensuring that local communities who have nowhere else to go can also survive. So, Mr. Speaker, I end by urging us to focus on the key recommendation, which is fundamental, that it is not enough that they have 1,000 acres of land. There has to be a negotiation, and key stakeholders in this industry must be part of this discussion to increase the acreage for the people of Gadagbe and Ada, and to make sure that the company itself understands that they get their social licenses, not from Accra, not from the government of Ghana. Yes, you have your legal license here in Parliament, but the real social license is with the people you live with. And you to engage them and make them happy. That is the way to go. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, let me add my voice to this report by drawing attention to recommendation Roman 8, which reads, any survey challenge relating to the extent of the concession should be brought to the attention of the Minerals Commission for investigations. Mr. Speaker, it's a very bold recommendation by the committee. And I believe that once that is done, the provisions under Article 22 could be triggered in to enable those who be affected be paid compulsory acquisition or anything that they are due promptly, fairly, and adequately. And I believe that will be enough to bring peace within the area. I thank you very much.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe that this report in its current form should not be allowed to pass. Mr. Speaker, I say this because the sentiment as expressed by both sides, and particularly from the MPs around the area that this matter has become a major issue of concern, have expressed deep-seated issues that, Mr. Speaker, this House must certainly address. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for Sege, in his submission, raised the confrontation issues that has happened over the years, and the fact that this is actually bringing about some disturbances in the area, and the fact that it has even resulted in the loss of lives among some of his constituents. The Honourable Member for Adan, the Honourable Comfordoyo, also explained that the constituents are of the view that some land must be given to them for them to be able to engage in a small-scale salt mining. Mr. Speaker, I strongly support that argument in the sense that even in agriculture, when you are to engage in large-scale farming and bring in investors for large-scale farming, room is created for outgrower schemes so that livelihood for local people are preserved. Mr. Speaker, even in mining, gold mining, we reserve some land for small-scale mining so that you can protect the indigenes and their livelihood. Mr. Speaker, clearly, we need to preserve the livelihood of the people of Songo and Adan and its surrounding areas. Mr. Speaker, I want to submit that if you are to the recommendations as captured in page 11 of 13, recommendation 1, that says that there is no legal or factual basis to review and or tinker with the 3 mining leases ratified by this August House on the 6th of November 2024. The Speaker, is factually incorrect. It's incorrect because, the Speaker, my attention has been drawn to a Supreme Court ruling in Debrugiri versus the AG, where the Supreme Court ruled that the executive reserves the right to make changes to a natural resource agreement that has been ratified by Parliament, and that Parliament, by resolution, can share that power with the executive. Mr. Speaker, if at any point in time this August House believes that this agreement is going to bring about some disturbances and political instability within the country, Mr. Speaker, nothing stops us to do what is right. We are talking of 41,000 acres of land. And we are talking about the fact that only 1,000 acres has been reserved for the locals. And that the locals are agitating, Mr. Speaker, as the representative of the people. Nothing stops us to rethink and review that. And where possible, carve, let's say, 10,000 or more or less. Something reasonable that will calm the people. So, Speaker, we are not saying
the entire concession should be taken away from the company. All right, Honorable Speaker, this is 41,000 acres. 41,000 acres of land. Can't we carve out 10,000 acres, for example, through proper engagement with the locals? Mr. Speaker, the number I am talking about is just hypothetical. We can sit with them. But these recommendations coming from the committee, Mr. Speaker, I beg to disagree. I beg to disagree in the sense that I think as a House we can do better than what we have proposed. Right, Honorable Speaker, I submit that this agreement in its current form should not pass. This report in its current form should not be adopted. Mr. Speaker, I suggest that we ask the committee to go back and do further work, and then find a way and make recommendations that will appease the people of Songo and Adan area. Mr. Speaker, so that peace will prevail, for the company to be able to do their business, and the locals will also coexist with the company. Right, Honorable Speaker, in its current form, even the company will not be able to raise financing, because they will not get peace to do the mining. They will not get peace to do the mining. And that is why it is better for us to find a proper amicable way in resolving this matter. Mr. Speaker, I suggest that the committee should go back and do further work. I so submit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the discussion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, let me start with this short narrative.
Okay, we'll try.
Some years back, in the private sector, a company refused to pay withholding tax, and I was having problems with reconciling my account. So I sued the company for them to pay me invoices with VAT. And then they said they were exempt. They didn't have any parliamentary approval. After a long litigation, the court came out with just a one-line sentence verdict to the effect that rate struck out for want of capacity. In other words, if it's about taxation, it's only GRA that had the capacity to sue, and that, however my lamentation, the court could not come to my rescue. Mr. Speaker, let me limit myself to the jurisprudence of procedure as a rule. We as a parliament have our mandate clearly spelled out. If you look at the intro of this report, intro paragraph 1 to 1.3, I won't belabor. It spells out clearly how this whole referral originated. All the issues that we are raising cannot find space within our mandate as a parliament to even enforce the Indebrugri ruling. The shared powers we have with the executive cannot be triggered through this vehicle. So, Mr. Speaker, I've heard the lamentations, but as a matter of procedure, we cannot do much. The honorable member only raised a concern regarding his area. If you look at it, on the 6th of November 2020, we did a ratification. In ratifying, we looked at the contract. Now all the calls for us to even look at the 41,000 plus acres and perhaps look at some 10,000 for the local people. Mr. Speaker, we cannot use this as a means to do it. So I agree to the call by the minority leader that this report in its current state and form cannot be adopted. I agree. However, Hansa is a witness to the concerns of members of parliament. The executive, Mr. Speaker, the concerns be ferried to the executive that pursuant to a call by member for Sege, these are the issues that have come out. The executive, led by the minister responsible for the sector, should take the matter up and engage the company and the local people and re-look at the issues. Mr. Speaker, the person who is the beneficiary of this lease is a native. Mr. Macaulay is one of them. He's a local. He's not an Ashanti man. He's not an Efutu man. Mr. Macaulay, Magdan, as he's popularly called, is a local. He holds a chieftaincy title. He's a Laman, he's an Adaman, he says he belongs to both. You happy with me? Mr. Speaker, the man is not from the Ashanti region. He's not a Kwewu man who is taking. No, I'm just making a point. Oh, you don't want to hear? Mr. Speaker, the man is not from Kwewu. The man is not from Kwewu. He's not from Efutu. He is from your area, Honorable MP for Sege. So I think that is an opportunity for us to sit down with him, because, Mr. Speaker, if Dr. Macaulay is not listening to the cry of his own people, then it's very rich. Gan Adangbe enclave is made up of Adans and Gans. He is a Gan Adangbe. So we expect that he would understand the cry of the people. We expect that he, being part of them, would respect the customs and traditions. I listened to the argument of Honorable Nilante Vanderpool when he talked about the sacred group and the destruction and all. Mr. Speaker, recently a similar issue came up in Efutu where people were concerned that where we do deer hunting, this lithium is going to cover that area, and they were all up in arms. There's no way. We prefer to remain poor than to destroy the sacred forest. It's about custom. It's spiritual. It's connected to our soul. Nobody would take that and say that in view of that, bring investment and disrespect that. Nobody will. But, Mr. Speaker, having the horses bolted already, if they have bolted, we can get the horses back into the stable. We must get them back. But we should choose the right vehicle to do so. Mr. Speaker, having said all of these, I would want to conclude by reiterating my earlier position that I agree with the Honorable Minority Leader on this occasion and on this occasion only. No, for the time being. Very well. That would be another matter. Mr. Speaker, because I've heard some good news from him. Mr. Speaker, so I support the call for us to place this matter on ice. But we should initiate a proper procedure to get the things properly done within the remit of the law. Mr. Speaker, I humbly so submit. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, in view of the contributions of members, I will defer putting the question. I will do so on Monday after the final statements have been made. But please, don't forget that we are the representatives of the people. And one of our functions as leaders, particularly the leaders that the people are looking up to, is to facilitate the settlement of disputes. Clearly, there's a dispute. Other state institutions, personalities have been involved. And this has been going on for a long time. They seem not to be finding any solution. I wasn't presiding when this matter came before the House. And the House, in its own wisdom, decided to set up the committee. And so the focus was for the committee to go and lead to facilitate the settlement of the dispute. That is key, very important. The dispute should not be carried to the floor, so that at the end of the day, members themselves will be seen to be part of the problem than the solution. And so, please, Monday, we'll wind up, and then we'll give a few directives. Some of you have argued, and I've listened to you, that you've been injustice being perpetrated for a long time when you come to dealing with minerals. And so some of you are citing gold, oil, and all those things. There are instances of some injustice. That is a concern of all of us, and we want to find solution. So why not from Parliament? We should lead to do so. With this, I defer putting the question till Monday. Yes, please.
Speaker, shall we proceed to page 27 of today's order paper? Page 27, and take item 53.
Honorable members, after this item, I will have to suspend sitting for some time after this item, depending on what you decide. So, item 53 at page 27 of the order paper, motion, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honourable House adopts the report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, import NHIL, GET fund, and other reliefs amounting to Ghana cedi equivalent of 38,660,000 United States dollars on materials and equipment to be imported by the Ghana Bauxite Company Limited as a strategic investor under Section 15(1) of the Exemptions Act 2022 Act 10A3. Mr. Speaker, I request the Hansa Department to capture the entire report as having been read in its entirety and proceed to read the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the committee, having carefully examined the request, is of the view that the grant of the waiver of taxes and duties and other reliefs will go a long way to support the company in enhancing its production, create the needed employment, as well as help increase government's revenue through taxation. Mr. Speaker, in that regard, I will ask the House to unanimously approve this report and urge the House to support the approval of the sum of $38,660,000 United States dollars in accordance with the Constitution and Section 51 of the Exemptions Act and the standing orders of Parliament of Ghana. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I would like to second the motion and then speak to the report. Okay.
Okay, we are done. We are done. We are done.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to the motion that was moved and seconded. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me, for the records, state that I do not see this as a tax exemption. Mr. Speaker, I do not see this as a tax exemption because what is before us is tax equity swap, where the government of Ghana is using its future taxes as equity into a company. Mr. Speaker, this is particularly so because the new Tax Exemption Act requires government to take equity stake in any company that it is seeking to waive taxes for. So what is before us is in compliance with the new Tax Exemption Act. Mr. Speaker, if I may refer you to the Memorandum to Parliament submitted by the Honourable Minister for Finance, page 8. It reads, concession to equity conversion. It said the conversion of $38.6 million when converted to equity will give an additional paid interest equity of 3.56% in the Ghana Bauxite Company, giving the government of Ghana's valuation of $1,085 million. This would increase the government of Ghana's stake from the 20% to 23.56%. Mr. Speaker, this simply means that government of Ghana originally has 20% stake in the GBC, Ghana Bauxite Company. Waiving 38.6 million US dollars additional will be converted to equity, and the ratio will mean that government of Ghana is going to gain additional 3.56% of the shares. Therefore, government of Ghana shares in this new company will be 23.56%. Again, Mr. Speaker, the report in paragraph 7, the same page 8, gave detail of the valuation and explained how they arrived at the valuation, where initially the company valued the asset of the company at 1.4 billion, and the Ministry of Finance had to review it downwards to 1,085 million. Mr. Speaker, this is the model that I have always been fighting for. Mr. Speaker, I've always been fighting for this model because tax exemption should not be free. And so, Mr. Minister, for the first time you have complied with the PFM Act. Going forward, make sure that every tax exemption you are waiving for a company should come with equity. If it comes with equity, then we will be compelled to support it. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, it's like freebies. But this is not one of the freebies we are talking about. Mr. Speaker, I will only commend the ministry for complying with the tax exemption law and converting taxes to equity, where government of Ghana will have equity stake in companies. Mr. Speaker, I so submit. Thank you.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think this bauxite matter before us has a long history. When the deputy minister was, when the minority leader was a deputy minister, he and I engaged deeply on this matter, where he felt that the state must have additional equity, and those tax exemptions would have to have certain considerations. So today, if the right thing has been done, and fortunately, it is also being owned by a Ghanaian, is in the right direction. What we want to encourage the company to do is to focus on corporate social responsibility for the people in the area, the exemptions that they are enjoying, and even the profits. They should not just be looking at their profit, but they should invest and employ more Ghanaians in that area. Mr. Speaker, without more, I would want to thank the committee for a good work done and urge members to support this report. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much indeed.
Honourable members, those in support of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The report of the committee has accordingly been adopted. We move to item 54, which is the resolution, consequential resolution. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution captured as item 54 on pages 27 and 28 of today's order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder?
Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion for the adoption of the resolution moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. There being no further consideration, I put the question. Those in favor of the resolution say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The resolution is accordingly adopted. Honourable members, I will proceed to, as I indicated earlier on, suspend the sitting for 1 hour. 1 hour. We will have to come back and look at the Affirmative Action Gender Equality Bill and 2 more bills before we adjourn. Yes, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We took your advice as to why we must sacrifice and sit a bit longer today, and we are happy to do that. But we were left with only 5 clauses with the Ghana Standards, Ghana Shippers Authority, only 5. So maybe we can just clear that, then we move to the affirmative action, which has got more clauses. Then we can do any other one that you want us to do before we close today. We haven't done business statement. And in fact, we need to even do business statement sometime today before we even close, which we are happy to do, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, I speak to support my good friend. And Speaker, we must, in commending my colleagues, I must particularly commend you for how you have helped us to navigate to where we are today. And so just at the penultimate, Speaker, at the penultimate, I want to agree with my colleague that we should deal with the shippers. The shippers, 5 clauses left. And then when we return in an hour, you can focus on your passion, that is the affirmative. We also have just about 14 clauses outstanding for us to conclude on that one too. So Speaker, I'm in total agreement with my colleagues' call.
I differ a bit from your positions. I differ a bit. I place more and higher premium on the Affirmative Action Gender Equality Bill than the Ghana Shippers Authority Amendment Bill. And today I decided we should start from the Ghana Shippers Authority Bill, and then in the afternoon take up the Affirmative Action Bill. Unfortunately, we dedicated the whole morning to the Authority Bill, but there was lack of clarity of policy direction. We wasted 2 days in labor for nothing. And I thought that we're giving them enough room to go and rethink. Because the committee, together with the ministry, allowed some non-members of the committee to mislead the House. Since yesterday, we made so many amendments only at the last moment today to take back all what we did and to adopt the original provisions. That is what made us lose all the valuable time today. And so I am tempted to go with the Affirmative Action Gender Equality Bill. And I'm very, very passionate about the Constitutional Amendment Bill. It's something that affects all of us, and particularly our brothers and sisters in the diaspora. We should take it more serious than we are doing. I'm prepared to stay till 12 midnight, provided you have the energy, you have the focus, and you are willing for us to go on, so that we can finish this. Monday and Tuesday, Monday is a full day, but Tuesday will be a half day. And so we have to finish these items before we can go on recess. I assure you that after the Ghana Shippers Authority Amendment Bill is something we have to finish. But please, committee chair is not around. He's there? Yes, he's around, the vice chair. You have to get your acts in order and let us go faster than we are doing. With this, I proceed to suspend proceedings. Sitting is accordingly suspended for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, just to bring to attention that we have not taken the business statement yet, and that if the deputy leader can take us through just for 2 minutes, it's only adoption, no question largely. I think the main thing to decide on is the day that we will rise in India, so that if they can quickly get it adopted for us to move on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, before you suspended, you had given indication, and I'm sure that indication is not lost on leadership. Speaker, your indication was clear that we will start off with the affirmative action. Of course, we all know the business statement had not been presented. It will be presented. So if my respected minority leader would accede, let's proceed to the affirmative action, after which we can take the business statement. We don't have too many clauses left.
Yes, please. I think there's an indication it will come later so that we can take it before we adjourn the House. So we go to Affirmative Action, Gender Equality Bill 2024 at the consideration stage.
And the Speaker is at page 55 of today's order paper, item 66.
Oh, it's not. Yes, please.
Speaker, we have a change of mind. Still on the consideration of bills, but we however want to finish off because we have few amendments relating to the shippers authority.
I was very clear. I said we spend the whole morning on that bill. We delayed because there was lack of clarity on policy direction. And so since yesterday, the amendments we made to the existing clauses, and today, we had to reverse all and adopt the clauses in the bill. If they are able to get that clarification, then we can proceed. If not, it's better for us to handle Affirmative Action Gender Equality Bill. I was very clear on that. Are you saying that now you have resolved that? Because I don't want to start it and then we'll be marked in controversy and all those things. Because after the Affirmative Action Bill, that is my priority. Yes. Yeah, that's my priority. That bill must be passed. It's a priority. Yes, you have reduced even the numbers before we go to the election. We only have 40 here. And at your primaries, you reduce even the 40. I'm not too sure we can get 40 in the next parliament. I want a bill to come to support. Yes.
Right now, Speaker.
There are other areas they can, whilst outside, benefit from.
I heard you very clearly.
Yes.
Your instruction was clear. And so I thought that as soon as you walked in, we'll just go straight to the affirmative action. All of us here are going.
Are we going to affirmative action?
And if you can't make up your mind, then please let us know so the Speaker will just decide what to do with the House. But I heard the Speaker clearly. We should go to affirmative action and then continue on.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, to let my colleague know that we don't give instructions. The Speaker doesn't give instructions to the House. That's what he said. The Speaker may offer some guidelines to us. But Mr. Speaker, I think the sore areas have been dealt with. So if you allow the chairperson and the minister, we can go through quickly the remaining ones, and then we come to attend to the affirmative action. I agree with you that we certainly must pass it and go through all the processes latest by Monday. So if we're able to attend to this with some vigilance, I guess in 30 minutes we should finish with this one. We should finish in less than 30 minutes, and then we'll get to the affirmative action.
Well, I know it's one of the conditionalities. The same for the Ghana shippers too. Yes, it's also linked to another issue. That's why they are putting pressure. Yes, so you want us to handle the Ghana shippers authority bill first? Well, two. We are doing two today. Not finished, but we are handling the two. Yes.
So we'll rather proceed to page 58.
58.
As is that understanding. 58 and take item 67.
Honorable members, item 67 at page 58 of the order paper, Ghana Shippers Authority Bill 2024 at the consideration stage. We got to clause 36. The question was put and agreed to. So clause 37.
Imposition of levy by authority.
Clause 38.
Submission of notice of shipment.
Clause 39.
Requirements to register.
Clause 40.
Application for registration.
Honorable members, I put the question on clauses 37 to 40. And the question is that clauses 37 to 40 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 37 to 40 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 41.
Issuance of certificates of registration.
We have a proposed amendment standing in the name of the chairman of the committee. Please, you may move the amendment.
Honorable Chairman, clause 41. Honorable Speaker, clause 41, amendment proposed. Head note, after registration, add to transit shipper. I so move.
Motion moved for the consideration of the House. I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I put the question on the whole of clause 41. And the question is that clause 41 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Former Majority Leader, we are dealing with 41. You have a proposed amendment.
Speaker, I was just looking at the process of registration. The submission of notice of it says a shipper, that's 38, a shipper or an agent of a shipper shall, before effecting any shipment to or from the country, file electronically. And then when you come to the 41, the 41 is talking about the issuance of a certificate. It says certificate of registration in a manual or electronic format. That was my difficulty. This one is.
Are you okay? You are for majority leader, you are, so we can proceed. Yes, I put the question again. Clause 41.
Speaker, I was thinking that it should be head note after head registration. It should be to a because that's the language in 40. And so you should read a certificate of registration to a transit shipper. Look at 40.
Huh? To a transition.
Transit shipper.
Okay. It's a ship, the shipper.
You are not person.
The shipper. They are talking about the shipper, not the ship. I put the question again. We've taken the proposed amendment, so I put a question on the whole of clause 41. And the question is that clause 41 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, clause 41 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 42.
Renewal of certificates of registration.
Chairman.
Sorry. Clause 42, amendment proposed. Paragraph A, delete and insert the following. A, the failing of the annual returns of the transit shipper in the case of a corporate entity. I so move.
Honorable members, motion moved is for the consideration of the House. I put the question then. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I put the question on the whole of clause 42, and the question is that clause 42 as amended stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, clause 42 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, in respect of the amendment carried in clause 42, the word should be filing, not filling. And so if the table office can look at the spelling. Thank you.
Yes. What are you talking about? You mean the spelling on the order paper?
Mr. Speaker, that is so.
Yes. The
So
one
we
on
should
the
just
order
look at the
paper is
spelling.
wrong, but the one in the bill is right.
The reading to his.
The spelling on the bill is right. So that's what we take filing. So do I put the question again? Yes, honorable member.
Rendition of 42A. At the end, we have the word "and" because there are two, A and B. But in the amendment, the "and" does not appear again.
Actually, the amendment proposed was not properly captured. What they just needed to do was to say that clause 42 amendment proposed, paragraph A, line 1, delete or the shipping service provider. That is all. And so it reads, the filing of the annual returns of the shipper in the case of a corporate entity. Transit shipper in the case of a corporate entity, and B, the payment of the prescribed fee. So I take clause 42 again. The new rendition reads, 42, a certificate of registration issued in accordance with section 41 is valid for a period of 1 year and may be renewed subject to A, the filing of the annual returns of the transit shipper in the case of a corporate entity, and B, the payment of the prescribed fee. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now I put the question on the whole of clause 42 again. And the question is that clause 42 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 42 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 43.
Suspension and cancellation of registration.
Clause 44.
Notice of suspension of cancellation of registration.
Sorry, we'll go back to clause 43. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think what was done earlier in respect of 30, it should have consequential effect on 43(1)A, where the transit shipper loses the requirement. Minister? Yeah. So it should really read where the transit shipper is unable to satisfy the requirements.
I didn't get it. I didn't get that one, former majority leader.
The Speaker, in 31A, we deleted has lost, and inserted is unable to satisfy. But I'm saying same construct should come into 43(1)E. The authority may suspend the registration of a transit shipper where the transit shipper is unable to meet the requirements on the basis of which the registration was made under Section 40.
So consistent, no.
Yeah.
Actually, we did not take it, the amendment. We actually returned to the has lost. We retained the has lost. We did not delete it. We went back to it and we retained the has lost. We haven't amended it. We retained it, so it should remain the same in 43. So I take the question, put the question again. Honorable members, there is no proposed amendment to clause 43. So I'll take 43 and 44 and now 45. 45 plus 45.
Restoration of suspended or cancelled registration.
Yes, so I take them together. 43, 44, and 45. And the question, sorry? From 42, 43. Oh. Fatigue is setting in. It looks like we took 42, we took 43, it's like 44 and 45. So the question is on 44 and 45. And the question is that clauses 44 and 45 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 44 and 45 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 46.
Right of complaint to the authority.
Chairman.
Right Honorable Speaker, clause 46. I rely on the amendment advertised. I so move.
The drafting of the proposed amendment is a bit, is close. Yes, please.
Speaker, I agree with you. And in addition to that, I'm of the humble view that it should not even be here. Because, Speaker, if this is carried, it places a fetter on access to justice. And we cannot by legislation do that. So it should be taken to the terms of settlement. Because the proposed provision is to the effect that a person who seeks to contest in court the terms of settlement of a complaint shall post with the authority a surety bond equivalent to the terms of settlement, and if, upon the final determination by the court, the outcome is in favor of the plaintiff, the authority shall refund the bond. Speaker, so we are saying that if you cannot post the surety that the act demands, then it means you cannot go to court. So your right to access justice in the matter would have been denied, because it is subject to you posting the surety. So I think that it should rather be contained in the terms of settlement in reference, which will become a contract. You know, so I think that we should take out the entire amendment being proposed. If
what the honourable member is saying is that there should not be fetters to your right to vindicate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that to the extent that the proposed clause is likely to put a fetter on the rights of a complainant, would offer our concessions for us to delete this proposed amendment.
You withdraw the proposed amendment. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we are just proposing. I think the chairman will do the withdrawal.
Yes.
Speaker.
Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, so we withdraw clause 46. We want the clause 46 to be deleted.
Thank you so much. So, clause 47.
Enforcement of decision of the authority.
Now, members, I put the question on clauses 46 and 47. And the question is that clauses 46 and 47 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses and 47 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 48.
Power to request information and inspect premises.
Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 48, amendment proposed, subclause 2, closing phrase, line 2, after not, insert more. I so move.
Which one?
Honorable members, just the insertion of more after not in line 2 of the closing phrase. A motion moved for your consideration. Yes, please. Former Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just inquiring from the Minister. The penalty regime seeks to provide for the maximum sanction, but I'm not seeing the minimum. I'm not seeing the minimum.
We passed a law on penalty units, and does this correspond? Because your fine of not more than 2,000 penalty units. In the law, does it correspond to a term of not more than 12 months or to both? I think we can leave that to the draft person. The draft person can cross-check and put the appropriate term of imprisonment. I so direct. With that, yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, our sentencing regime gives room for a minimum and a maximum sentence for the fine and the imprisonment. But this one seems not to be giving room for the minimum and the maximum, both with the fine and the sentence. So if the sponsors have a special reason for which the sentence should be fixed, rather than giving a room for the judge to operate based on the circumstances. Else,
so that is covered by the directive I've given to the draft person.
But, Mr. Speaker, maybe they have a reason.
For differing from, for differing from the law, they have the reason for differing.
Yes.
Well, let's listen to them if they have any good reason for coming with something different from what we approved in the law. Is there any reason?
Mr. Speaker, I think that we can relate it to clause 51 and reconcile the two. Because that's the clause that deals with offenses and penalties. So that there is
consistency in the way that we apply the penalty regime. So, Mr. Speaker, we agree with you that we direct the drafting unit to do the necessary insertions. And using clause 51, they can provide a ceiling.
Yes, so my directive stands for it to reflect what we pass in the penalty units law, both minimum and maximum. So I put the question. Those in favor of clause 48, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 48 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 49.
Review of fees.
Clause 50.
Common seal.
Clause 51.
Offenses and penalties.
Clause 52.
Regulations.
Honorable members, the question is clauses 49 to 52 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. You have an issue with one of the
Yes,
clauses?
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, upon a careful look at 49, I think it should be subject to the Fees and Charges Act. We don't have to leave that in the hands of the board. It has to be subject to the Fees and Charges Act, so that they make that determination. Otherwise, the board can arbitrarily be fixing fees anytime they are. Is there? Okay, all right. Then I'm guided.
Honorable members, I put the question again, and the question is that clauses 49, 50, and 51 and 52 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 49 to 52 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 53.
Interpretations.
Yes, Chairman.
Clause 53, Mr. Speaker, I rely on the amendment advertised. I so move.
Honorable members, we are being called upon to add the following new clause: blue economy. Blue economy. 53 is the interpretation clause. Means the sustainable use of ocean and inland water resources for economic growth, improved livelihoods and jobs while preserving the health of ocean and inland water ecosystem. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question on clause 53, and the question is that clause 53 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, clause 53 is ordered to stand part of the bill. We now yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think there is the shipper 53 interpretation. I think the tweaked the meaning of shipper. Shipper, which is what the deputy minister read.
Do you want to add another definition?
Mr. Speaker, it was done in the morning, if you remember.
Yes, we finished with blue economy.
Not blue economy, shipper. Shipper.
Now you want to add cheaper.
Yes, it was giving a new meaning, and I think you even agree to that.
Yes, we can do it because I've not put. Yes, I've done that already without you moving the new rendition of the definition of shipper, which you told us in the morning. In the morning, you told us you had a new definition for shipper. Yes, you have to say it before I put the final question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Shipper means an individual or a body of persons, corporate or unincorporated, an owner, a final consignee, an actual owner, or a future owner of the cargo. Full stop. So subclause A and subclause B will be deleted. When you buy some for somebody.
Yes, honorable members, from what I've heard the minister say, the existing definition of cheaper under clause 43 were to delete the other than, there are two, and also proceed to delete the A and B. And so you now have cheaper means an individual or body of persons, corporate or unincorporated, an original consignor, a final consignee, an actual owner, or a future owner of the cargo. Those in favor of this definition say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. And so I put the question again on clause 53. And the question is that clause 53 as variously amended stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 53 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now we go to long title, right? Or we have some schedules. Now we go to the schedule, Form 1.
Shipper registration form.
Form 2.
Shipping service provider registration form.
Form 3.
Shipment notification form.
Form 4.
Transit shipper registration form.
I put the question, and the question is that the schedule covering Form 1 to Form where are they? Where are they? Yeah. Honorable members, let's take the clauses 54 and 55 first before we go to the schedules. No proposed amendment to 54 and 55. So I put the question on both. Yes, Former Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for the repeal savings and transitional provisions, we have standard provisions. We have a template for them. So I'll implore you to direct the draft person to look at it. For instance, I see in 55(3), line 3, a contract or an arrangement subsisting between the Ghana shippers. Is it agreement, a contract or an agreement or an arrangement? There's a template, let them look at it. I'm not too sure that it's an arrangement. And then line 3, another person, and in effect immediately. I think again, we discussed this some time back, and that word "and" should not be there. But let them submit themselves to the template and liaise with the draft person and clean it up. That is for both 54 and 55.
Honorable members, I'll put the questions but direct the draft person to take a look at it and make sure it complies with the template. It will be brought before we go to the third reading so we can look at it properly. So the question is that clauses 54 and 55 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 54 and 55 are ordered to stand part of the bill. I now further direct that the draft person should take a look at both two clauses to ensure that they comply with the template that has been approved by the House. Now, we move to the schedule. And we'd already gone through from Form 1 to Form 4. And so I put the question on the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The schedule to the bill, Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, and Form 4 are ordered to stand part of the bill. We now move to the long title.
Yes, please. Before you go to the long title, I think we may need to define who a transit shipper is. Transit shipper. And I believe the Deputy Minister will offer some direction in that. So together with the draft person, they can couch something. We need to define transit shipper. We have transit defined, but shipper defined. And when you conjoin the two, you may not get the import of the usage of transit shipper. And when we come to the forms, there's one also for a transit shipper registration. So it's important to have a clear definition of transit shipper. Therefore, the avoidance of doubt. And I believe the Deputy Minister, as I said, can liaise with the he could liaise with the draft person and have some definition. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will liaise with the draft person so that we find a confluence between the definition of shipper and a transit shipper. But I just casually, we can consider. Very well, Mr. Speaker. So we'll see the draft person. So find the.
Yes, I agree with you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please consult the draft person and get a definition of the two terms. So we take the long title to the bill.
An act to establish the Ghana Shippers Authority to regulate the commercial activities of the shippers and shipping service providers in the shipment, storage, and delivery of international trade cargo by sea, air, and land, and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the question is that the long title. Yes, please.
Right Honorable Speaker, shippers, the first line, the apostrophe should be off. S apostrophe. I said. What? It's there. Mr. Speaker, an act to establish the Ghana shippers apostrophe, unless it's different from what she's reading.
Unless you have a different version, you give a different.
Authority to regulate. Is it the same thing? Consistent with?
Consistent with what?
With what?
Consistent with what?
Mr. Speaker. No. Don't talk legal to me. I'm speaking English. Keep your law. Let me ask about English language. Leader, you know I will not be intimidated. Won't you just stop? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's okay.
Is the name of a Ghana Shippers Authority?
Mr. Speaker, this is in conformity with international standards. That's what obtains elsewhere. And don't forget, we have a law in place which this one is seeking to repeal. That is NRC D 254. That also bore the title Ghana Shippers Authority, apostrophe. It's in conformity with international standards.
Let me just ask. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we appreciate the eagle eye of the honorable member for K2 South. But like the leader emeritus said, this is consistent with the members of Shippers Authority across the world. So you have about 15 in West Africa, you have them in Southern, Northern, and Central Africa, all of them. And you have them in the United States, everywhere. So it's consistent. It's a consistent use of language.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was part of Winnowing. And I made the point. Mr. Speaker, so in citing this legislation, to be cited as Ghana Shippers Authority Act. Mr. Speaker, that may be the suggestion from the proponents. But in this House, we have a standard way of legislating. The Act is Ghana Shippers Authority Act, not Ghana Shippers Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, the S apostrophe doesn't serve any purpose. It doesn't serve any purpose in the legislation. It doesn't serve any purpose at all. So it is surplusage. There's no place. It doesn't play any function in the title of the legislation. Indeed, throughout the belly of the law, the S apostrophe doesn't play any role. So why must we be burdened with embedding an apostrophe in the title of the legislation? Why? Speaker, it doesn't serve any purpose, with all due respect. And it's not in conformity with our standard way of legislation in this House. When we enact the law, the proper name should be that. There's no role for the S apostrophe, Mr. Speaker. I plead with the House to align with me and take away the S apostrophe.
Align with the Kita.
Yes. Align with the position taken by the member for Ketu South, that the apostrophe coming after S doesn't play any function. grammatically or otherwise. It does not, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, there's a subsisting law which carries the same long title. We are not creating a new thing. In fact, the amendments that are being proffered do not include the long title. So the long title is not affected by the amendment. The issue is whether or not the long title as it is has any grammatical error by having the S apostrophe there. In listening to Honorable Defemeko, I did not get that impression. All I heard him say was that having the S apostrophe there does not add anything. In effect, he was saying that it was superfluous. If it is superfluous, then there is no problem. If it doesn't add anything, then there's no need to take it away. But if you are saying that in context, it's an error in English language, I'm able to say that you are wrong. Because the phrase in context is not an error in grammar. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that we should put this matter to a very quiet, peaceful rest and bring the consideration to an end. I mean, Honorable Member for Ketu South, Leader Emeritus, is saying that, you should not litigate this matter. This is coming from who duly acknowledged your industry. We know that you want to participate in legislation. Yeah, you want to participate in legislation, but it's rather too late in the day.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, the long title reads, an act to establish the Ghana Shippers Authority to regulate the commercial activities of shippers and shipping services providers in the shipment, storage, and delivery of international trade cargo by sea, air, and land, and to provide for related matters. Nowhere in the long title is it indicated that we're consolidating existing legislation. One. So the leader's point that there's an existing law we are trying to amend is erroneous. Mr. Speaker, two. Mr. Speaker, two. If we go to clause 54, which is the savings clause, Mr. Speaker, clause 54, 1 says, the Ghana Shippers *S Authority Act 1974, NRCD 254, is repealed. Mr. Speaker, if we are repealing a law, why do we borrow mistakes from that law? It is our right to correct mistakes contained in that law. And I'm saying that the law enacted by the NRCD regime in 1974 was in error by adding an apostrophe to shippers. In modern times, we don't legislate that way. We don't legislate like that. So that S apostrophe plays no role. It has no role. Has the authority to correct that which was in error in 1974. So 50 years down the line, we have a right to correct it. And that is what I think we should do. I thank you for the opportunity.
Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana belongs to a certain international club. And the club is made up of a number of countries. So, for instance, there are 16 members of the Union of African Shippers, Councils and Authorities, especially in the West African sub-region. Burkina Shippers Council or Authority, apostrophe. Cameroon National Shippers Council, apostrophe. Central African Shippers Council, apostrophe. Same with Chadian, Congolese, Equatorial Guinea, Gabonese, Nigeria, Guinea, Ivorian, Mali, Togo, Senegal. Mr. Speaker, could all of these countries have been making this legislation in error? It's a club that we belong to. And so it doesn't affect anything.
Honorable members,
Yes, Speaker, so read them.
why? Is this a conspiracy that anytime we want to go and consider the affirmative action bill, you introduce some unnecessary debates and then delay it? Why? I put the question already. So the long title has long been adopted as part of the bill. So please, let's move on. I want affirmative action.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Emeritus, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, please. We've come to the end of the consideration stage of the Ghana Shippers Authority Bill 2024. We now move on to the next bill, Item 66.
If Mr. Speaker will be pleased.
Yes.
We may proceed to item 66 as you announced.
Yes. Item 66 at page 55 of the order paper. Affirmative Action Gender Equality Bill 2024 at the consideration stage.
Mr. Speaker, we are counting on the women to give it all their energy. This is your law. Thank you.
But majority leader, you know gender is not about women.
But largely because of positive discrimination, it is for the women to have the space to move into equilibrium. So the women, we are counting on you.
Research has shown that because of this attitude, we are not moving forward in actually empowering our women, because the men seem to feel that the gender empowerment or equality is about women. And so the research says that men should go along with the women, not always leave it to the women alone. So please, let's go along with them. So please close. We got to
conclude on clause 15.
Clause 15.
So to conclude on that, correct? Aye.
Oh, we are being taken back. Anyway, clause 15.
Independent constitutional bodies.
Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Clause 15, the entire clause. We're deleting the entire clause.
Question moved for the consideration of the House. From the votes and proceedings, we only got to 5, clause 5. So start from clause 6. There are no proposed amendment to them. So we move clause 6. Please, let's note it down. The votes and proceedings says we got to clause 5. So clause 6. We got to 20.
We've gone beyond that, and we are actually on clause 20.
Today?
Yes. No, not today, not today. Even yesterday. So if the vote and proceedings says clause 5, then the vote and proceedings is wrong.
The victim, it was too down for them to convince the House why they were deleting.
Your boss came and briefed me. Well, what happened on Thursday, 25th July, I think the table office initially brought me votes and proceedings of Wednesday. But Thursday, what happened was that when we got to clause 15, the debate was deferred. That's why we have to take 15 again. And then after that, we go to 21. So clause 15, the motion was moved for us to delete the whole clause. The debate took place, but the question was not put, it was deferred. So it has been repeated for us to delete the whole of clause 15. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now put the question on clause 15. And the question is that clause 15 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 15 is ordered. Clause 15 is deleted. That is the motion.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I really find 15(1)(d) relevant. See, for the others, because they are not responsible for populating the commissions, there's nothing that they can do about it. But once they are in place, creating and sustaining the education awareness of the principles of gender equity and equality and non-discrimination, I don't see anything wrong with that at all. For instance, the Media Commission and the NCC doing these things, I'm not sure that it offends any rule. So the D, A, B, and C, yes, I agree with, but the D is very relevant.
Chairperson, what is the reason behind the motion to delete clause 15? Yes, Honorable Bernard Ahiafo.
Mr. Speaker, I think we argued this extensively, that the independent constitutional bodies are
established by the Constitution with the stated functions to be performed. And we are being guided by the decision of the Supreme Court in the case of Jose Bonsu versus Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, you can disagree. Honorable Chairman has said he's disagreeing with the Supreme Court decision. But that is the decision of the court, and we need to be guided by it. Mr. Speaker, in that particular case, Section 16(2) of the Citizenship Act was declared null and void as being passed in contravention with the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we know that the original version of the Constitution in Article 8 does not allow dual citizenship. However, the Constitution was amended by Act 527 to allow a dual citizenship with some limitations regarding certain offices that the holders of dual citizenship cannot hold. This House, in the year 2000, passed the Citizenship Act, adding up to those offices in line with Article 8(2), which gives the power to Parliament to add on by enactment. But the Supreme Court is of the view that since it is a constitutional stipulation, Parliament has the power to add. However, you can only add by following the procedures laid down in the Constitution for each amendment. Therefore, Section 16(2) of the Citizenship Act was declared by the Supreme Court just in April 24th as null and void in the case of Jose Bonsu versus Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, these constitutional bodies are established with functions, constitutional functions to be performed. Similarly, can we, by this Act of Parliament, adding on to the functions that they are supposed to perform, without necessarily contravening the Constitution as stated by the Supreme Court, that the only way you can do it is to use the provisions in Article 189 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, that was what informed the decision to delete this particular provision. So, Mr. Speaker, this was the argument that we canvassed. It was stood down, and final decision was taken that the provision should be deleted. Though the Honorable Chairman Sabonsu claimed he has disagreed with the Supreme Court, but he's not disagreeing that that is the decision of the Supreme Court. He's, however, disagreeing with the reasoning of the Supreme Court, but that is the decision. So we brought the decision to the attention of the House and indicated even the suite number. Mr. Speaker, thanks for giving me.
Yes, I understand that. We are bound by the decision of the Supreme Court. And those who disagree with it, you know what to do. I don't disagree. No, I don't disagree. I think they got it right. Yes, so we will now proceed to clause 21. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, before moving to clause 21, yesterday we put a question on clause 20, deleting the entire clause. But Mr. Speaker, it is not the entire clause that is supposed to be deleted. What was to be deleted was clause 22B, but not the entire clause 22. That's not it. So support.
Well, I see from the votes and proceedings that the question that was put on to delete clause 20 subclause 2 and that proposed amendment was agreed to. That is what we have in the votes and proceedings. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with Honorable Ahiafo. We discussed it at winnowing, and the position was to delete clause 22B. That was the only part that was supposed to be deleted, but we saw in the votes and proceedings that the whole clause 22 had been deleted. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to propose that we merge 21 and 2. 2A, 22A, and then we delete B. So the 22 will read, Parliament shall ensure that ministries, departments, and agencies comply with gender equity objectives and targets. Then it ends there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is it Parliament shall require or ensure?
Parliament shall ensure that ministries, departments, and agencies comply
Parliament
with
shall
gender
ensure.
equity.
What I have is Parliament shall require.
So we delete
Accountability from ministries, departments, and agencies of government by ensuring that sector policies and plans integrate gender equity objectives and targets. But it was equality, but because we changed the equality to equity. Yes. But you are talking about ensure. By to ensuring, by ensuring that so I have to take clause 20 again. Honorable members, the amendment proposed in clause 20 is to clause 22B, delete. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And so I'll put the question now on the whole of clause 20 again. And the question is that clause 20 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 20 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. So draft person disregard the agreed amendment 2 that was done yesterday, Thursday, 25th July 2024. Now move to clause 21.
Gender responsive budgeting.
Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, subclause 3, line 3, delete relating to women empowerment. So the new rendition reads, the Ministry of Finance shall ensure the provision of adequate resources for the implementation of prioritized gender equity policies, programs, and projects.
Now, in this instance, do we retain equality or equity policies? Is it equality policies or equity policies? Equity policies, okay. Honorable members, those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it, the amendment is carried. We still have a further amendment to clause 21. Chairperson, you may do so now.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, subclause 5, delete.
Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I put the question on the whole of clause 21. And the question is that clause 21 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, clause 21 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 22.
Political parties and the representation of women.
That is a consequential amendment which we directed earlier on to be carried through the bill by the draftsperson. That is deleting equality and inserting equity. So we move to clause 23.
Trade unions.
Yes, but before that, let me put the question on clause 22. And the question is that clause 22 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 22 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 23. Clause 23.
Trade unions.
Yes, the amendment is to delete clause 23. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. So a clause 23 in its entirety is deleted. Clause 24.
Private sector.
Chairperson.
Mr. Speaker, clause 24, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, line 1, delete subject to subjection. Subject to subsection 3 of section 3, and in line 2, delete equality and insert equity. So, Mr. Speaker, the new rendition reads, an employer in the private sector shall take measures to ensure progressive gender equity of employees within the period specified in the first schedule.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I do recall that since yesterday, when we started the amendment, the deletion of equity and equality, I see it to be consequential. But we keep repeating ourselves. So I don't know if you can just...
I repeated it. I said I directed earlier on.
So we don't need to be calling on it and then so that it will run through And the draft person will do those.
Yes, so I don't put the question on it again.
Okay. So reading of it also is another delay because time is fast spent.
You can whisper that to the chairperson.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for your guidance so that we can have more time to run to our homes because time is fast spent. Thank you very much.
I agree with you. So we gave the directive earlier on. So we move on. The proposed amendment is to delete subject to subsection 3 of section 3. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. There are some more proposed amendments to clause 24. Chairperson.
Mr. Speaker, clause 24, amendment proposed. Subclause 2, delete.
Honourable members, motion moved for the consideration of the House. We are to delete subclause 2. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 24.2, there are some corrections to be made and not the entire subsection to be deleted. What is to be deleted is line 2, for the maintenance of the quota in subsection 1. So this must be deleted and we shall have what is left. The new rendition would be, the employer shall have a gender equity policy with provisions which shall be reviewed periodically at least every 4 years. This is the conclusion we came to. So I'm just prompting the chair. The employer shall have a gender equity policy with provisions which shall be reviewed periodically, at least every 4 years. Mr. Speaker, that is the proposal we came to.
Then there should be a further amendment. Yes.
Speaker, I agree on the proposed amendment by the chairman of Constitutional Legal, but with a further amendment to delete with provisions so that the rendition will read, the employer shall have a gender equity policy which shall be reviewed periodically at least every 4 years.
Yes.
The Speaker has so moved.
I so agree to the further amendment made by the ranking. Thank you.
Honourable members, those in favor of the amendment now proposed to clause 24, subclause 2, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. We have another proposed amendment in the name of the chairperson, but that is the consequential one, which you don't need to repeat. The directive has already been given. So I'll proceed to page 56. There's another proposed amendment to clause 24 at page 56 of the order paper. Chairperson.
Mr. Speaker, clause 24, amendment proposed, subclause 3, paragraph 8, delete.
Honourable members, amendment proposed is for the consideration of the House. They are deleting made in consultation with employees of the establishment. That's what is being deleted. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, no, sorry. You can't do that. You can speak from there. Oh.
Please. Please go on.
Chairman.
Please. Honorable Richard Achampon, you are so powerful that you are usurping the powers of the Speaker and giving orders.
Mr. Speaker, ordinarily should have announced that she has crossed carpets to join.
Mr. Speaker, with the greater respect, I humbly request, because the minister would have to confer with the chair, these two chairs are empty, one on this side and one on the other. So if I can ask them to come and occupy the two seats.
Please, Minister, don't mind them. You go on. Do your duty. Yes. Let's hear you. Is that okay?
Yes, yes.
Yes, Chairperson.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the clause 3 that's been stated here that delete. 3A. What the minister is saying that the 3A is made in consultation with the committee, not employees, with the committee of the establishment, not employees.
Which committee?
No, not the
3A.
It's the gender.
The gender committee.
Gender equity.
Have you established?
Made in consultation with the committee, the gender committee.
We earlier established a gender committee.
Yes.
Which clause?
Yes.
It's in consultation with the gender equity committee.
So it's
in what clause? Clause 5. We established gender committee in clause 5.
yes, a gender equity committee in clause 5.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, the essence of deleting clause 24.3 is that 24.1 and 2 impose some obligations on the employer, the private sector. And Mr. Speaker, most of these institutions have their way of taking decisions through the board, if it is a private company. So how can we be legislating the way the decision is supposed to be taken by way of saying that the decision of the company must be taken in consultation of the employees of the company? Your responsibility is that the private sector, if it is a company, you are supposed to have a gender policy. As to how they have the gender policy should not be your business. If it is a company, companies take decision by their board of directors. So that is what exactly they are going to do in taking the decision. So why are you saying that the decision must be taken in consultation with the employees of the company or in consultation with another person? The Companies Act laid down the procedures by which companies are supposed to take decisions. And that is the procedure that a company will have to follow in taking the decision. Because the procedure to exercise that particular right is set down by the law. And for me, when a procedure is set down for a right to be exercised or a decision to be taken, it is that procedure that will have to be followed in taking the decision. So once we want them to put in place a gender policy, let's leave it to the governing body of the institution to take that particular decision. That's why we are saying that the way the decision should be taken should not be a matter of legislation here.
Honorable Richard Achampon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, they deleted the entire Section 5 of the Act. And the reason they provided to all of us was that the independent institutions, they can instruct them to do extra work apart from what has been provided in the Constitution. They cited the Electoral Commission and other state institutions. And it's the same thing we're talking about here. So if their mandate is provided in any other law, why do you want to waste another time legislating on how they have to carry on their own work or their mandate? Because that was the reason they provided to us yesterday. You were here. So maybe if it's a different matter, then we have to have a different look at it. Because they have their mandate. Okay, thank you very much.
The Speaker.
Well, I don't have evidence of what he just said.
Mr. Speaker.
I'm looking at the votes and proceedings. It doesn't capture what he said. Yes, former majority.
Actually, that was not done. It was argued, but it wasn't done. Mr. Speaker, the issue that is being raised by the honourable member for Akachi South is that this is a matter of policy. And so maybe we may limit the participation or interest of employees because it relates to policy. That is where I'm inching towards. But for any other matter, but your constitution obligates the employers to open their gates at workplaces to employees to be part of decision making. Yes. Yes. As the Constitution so provides. Come again? The Constitution. Okay, let me show you. The Speaker, since we are dealing largely with the directive principles of state policy, economic objectives. Economic objectives. Mr. Speaker, no, it's not 41. Article, yes. I have not said 41. I said economic objective, 36. 36, clause 11. The state shall encourage the participation of workers in the decision-making process at workplaces. And that is what we are dealing with. So, but you are saying that this is a policy, not an ordinary decision. That's why I'm saying that I'm trying to align myself with the use of the word policy, because it's a policy which should originate from somewhere. Other than that, the Constitution in Article 36(11) provides that the state shall encourage the participation of workers in the decision-making process at the workplace, which is what then we are trying to do here. But then, because it's a policy, I don't know what consideration we may give to the policy. In terms of decision-making, the Constitution says that we should, in legislating, we should take this into account.
What is the position of the ministry in this matter?
Mr. Speaker, please, it should remain the committee, made in consultation with the committee. Thank you.
In that case, C will have to go.
Yes, we will delete.
Submitted to the committee for review.
Mr. Speaker. So we are deleting 24(3)(c, submitted to the committee for review. Thank you.
So, honorable members, the proposed amendment to 24(3) is to delete from 3A employees of the establishment and insert the committee, and then in C delete the whole C, submitted to the committee for review. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Sorry. No, they didn't qualify. They just said made in consultation with the committee. And they say that committee has been established at clause 5.
So, Mr. Speaker, because we are deleting C, B, end has to be deleted as well.
The committee will be located where?
It's under the ministry.
Committee as the Gender Equity Committee. So when they say committee here, they are referring to the Apex Committee, not an internal committee. Yes, 35, yes. So the Apex Review Committee is what they are referring to.
That definitely will be difficult to implement.
Exactly.
I thought they were having some internal committees at the private sector. But if it is one centralized gender equity committee at the ministry and all over private sector workplace will consult, it will be very difficult to practice. You can't put that in practice. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the 24(1)(2), which has been saved largely by the intervention of the Honorable Acknowledgment, it says the employer shall have a gender equity policy, which shall be reviewed periodically at least every 4 years. Who does the review? It's the employer. It's the employer. It's not the committee sitting somewhere. So the 3C, I agree, should be deleted. I'm just saying that my concern is for the 3C, we all agree that it should be deleted. But we should not bring the committee to A. Don't bring the committee to A. Otherwise, you overstretch the matter. The decision, the gender equality policy required under subsection 2 shall be made in consultation with the employees of the establishment. And I'm saying that would be in tandem with Article 11 of the Constitution. That is what is required to be done. You can say that made in consultation with the employees of if you like to use the constitutional language, the employees of the workplace. But the establishment is also all right.
Yes, please.
Speaker, we need to be very careful to say that in the private sector, employees must be part of a policy decision. That is exclusively for the board of the company. Matters of policy is a decision taken by the board. Even in the laws that we have created, governing bodies, decision making is for the governing body. So why are we making this particular law to say that a policy decision should be in consultation with the employees? How? Policy decision? I don't think that is what Article 36(11) is talking about. Not regarding the policy decision. So if you look at 24, you realize that the 3 actually is not adding any value. If you delete it, the value is the same. The value is the same.
What we are dealing with is gender equity policy, not all policies. And I don't see anything wrong with the employees being consulted. It's just consulting, though. I don't see anything wrong with them being consulted. The only thing I know it will be difficult to put in practice if you ask that they should come to the Gender Equity Committee. That one will be difficult. But for the employees of the establishment, there's nothing wrong with consulting them. Because we know go sit down make them cheaters every day. Davida, wallahi. It's okay. It's in consultation with the employees at the establishment. Consultation. There's nothing. Here in Parliament, where do we get the policies from? They are processed actually by the employees. They are brought up, and at the board level, you have employees. Their leader is the clerk, who is an employee of the service. And so many of the policies, in fact, all the policies, you do it in consultation with the employees. But at the university, exactly, there's nothing wrong with it. So for me, I prefer that the employees should be consulted. So please, let's go on. Yes, sir.
I don't think we are contemplating a situation where the Employees Association will have a representation at the board level. If that is what we are talking about, then I am okay with it. Then it becomes the decision of the board. But my understanding is that if the board wants to formulate this particular policy, then the board must consult the employees before taking the decision. That is the understanding that I am having. Meanwhile, I know in the corporate sector, decisions, policies are formulated by the board of the company. The situation is different. If the employees are represented on the board, then it is easy. But the understanding here is that The board of the company will have to take the decision in consultation with
You are talking about gender mainstreaming. This is an important area you want to address. Even in current practice, you always have to hold workers' DEBA quarterly. And that's where you do the consultations. With the DEBA, the workers are there in their numbers. But this one in particular, there's a challenge, a serious constraint to development. It's not about women, it's to development. And therefore, you want to factor that in to policies dealing with that challenge. Gender and equity. And so, if you are making a law calling on them to be consulted, I don't see anything wrong with it at all. You take the decision, I'm just guiding you. So I'll put the question, whatever you decide, that is your decision. So I'll put the question. The proposed amendment to clause 24(2)(a) is 3 is to delete C, submitted to the committee for review. So it will read, the gender equity policy required under subsection 2 shall be made in consultation with employees of the establishment, and B, be part of the strategic plan of the establishment. And truly, when we are drawing the strategic plan, you have a technical committee, and the technical committee is mostly made up of employees. They bring it up to the management committee. So definitely that's the consultation process. There's no problem with that. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I put the question on clause 24, and the question is that clause 24 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 24 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 25.
Gender Resolution Equality Report.
This is a consequential amendment, so I'll put a question. Additional?
Yes, please. Let's delete resolution. It's about the gender equity report, so there's no need for the word resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Where is the resolution in clause 25? Where is it?
Equity report.
That's a different thing.
The head note.
Yes, so you should talk about the head note.
Yes.
But the body of the 25 is what I was about to take. Then after that, you draw attention to the head note.
Okay.
Those in favor of clause 25 standard part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 25 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Then the head note.
Yes, Speaker.
Yes.
I just noticed that for 23, which is under, which covers trade unions, you've deleted it. The entire 23.
You deleted what?
Bringing it back to 25(2).
Which one?
The 25(2). You deleted matters related to trade union. Under 23. And you seem to be bringing it back in 25(2). That's my little concern. So I think 25(2) rather should be deleted.
A leader of a trade union So it should be what? A leader of a union?
They've deleted the provisions covering the trade unions. In 23, the entirety of 23 has been deleted on trade unions, which is why I believe that in that regard, we should also delete 25(2).
Mr. Speaker, sorry. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to keep 25(2) because when you look at clause 5, the Gender Equity Committee member is from the trade union who will report anyways. And so if we delete it, if we delete the part that the leader of a trade union within an organization shall include information on the gender equity in the annual report submitted to the Trade Union Congress.
No. So we said not a leader. The trade union.
Yes, so there's no need to delete it because you'll still be performing that function
So
on the
put a
committee.
leader. So we deleted, as we know when we said we should delete the leader of the trade. So the trade union.
No, he's saying we should
Yes,
delete
Chairman.
clause 2. And we are saying there's no need to delete clause 2 because he'll be reporting. Sorry.
The trade.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with what the minister has said. The trade union had been deleted. But if you look at 25, it's talking about a report on employees. So 25(1) says, an employer shall submit an annual report on gender equity to the committee. Then the 2 comes in to say that a leader of a trade union. Mr. Speaker, the understanding is that, yes, even though we may have trade unions, it may not be the composition of the trade union would not be people that had been elected to positions alone, but they may have employees to deal with. And that is why I think that the 25(2) should be kept, because they must submit a report on these employees. So we must save the 25(2), Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, the clause 24 is talking about private employment, and 25 is talking about gender resolution equity report. So the report should relate to the employment. That is why the 1 is saying that an employer shall submit an annual report on gender equity to the committee. That is, how many, the people that you have employed, how many are men, how many are people with disability, how many are women. But Mr. Speaker, the trade unions, should they do employment? If they don't do employment, what kind of report are we expecting them to generate? Because trade unions are employees who elect their representatives. For instance, tertiary education union that they call TEU, they are workers at the university who came together to form a union, and then they will elect their executives. They are not in the business of employment. So, having deleted the provision in 23, what kind of report are we expecting from them in 25(2)?
I am inclined to believe that there is some reporting channel between trade unions in various employments and the national union, which they call the Trade Union Congress. And they are saying from every employer's workplace, when they are submitting a report about that employer, they should include the gender equity policy in their report to the Trade Union Congress in Accra. That is just what is being required, so that they can check to make sure that the gender equity policy is actually captured by the employer. I think that is what is just a matter of monitoring, cross-checking. Yes.
House Speaker, you're right. The trade unions have what they call trade union locals. Within, for example, in a particular region, they will have the TUC representative who will liaise with all those organizations that has unions to bring their reports to the national office. So it's not necessarily the specific organization, but the umbrella groups within the locals, the local unions, are required to communicate those information. So I think that's what is referred to here. So you are right. But maybe it has to be explained better. This simply says that it's the organization, as if every organization will do a report. But I know that that is not necessarily every company or organization sending a report to the national. It's the bigger trade union organization at the regional levels who normally will send this information.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is a recipe for confusion in the various workplaces. Already, the employer is required to submit an annual report on gender equity to the committee, the Central Gender Committee. The employer is required every year to submit a report on gender equity to that committee. Now, you are saying that, apart from that, the employees themselves should also be sending another report to the organization. To do what? To do what? Mr. Speaker, in any event, organized labor is not necessarily TUC. So why even use the name TUC? Because some workers belong to the forum, not TUC. So why particularize on the Trade Union Congress?
It's just a matter of distrust. If you leave it to only the employer, and the employers cook reports and submit, how will those at the center know this is actually what is on the ground? That is why the leaders there will also have to submit to make sure that, yes, contained in the employer's report on gender equity is actually expressed in the establishment. That is it. It's lack of trust. And I think there's nothing wrong with it.
Mr. Speaker, most of these trade unions are voluntary organizations. For instance, NAGRAT, Ghana National Association of Graduate Teachers. Their employer is Ghana Education Service. They don't do employment. Now, GS may employ people, and all of them may not be members of NAGRAT. So if you are talking about the statistics in relation to gender that we are talking about, it is Ghana Education Service that will have the information, but not NAGRAT, which is just an association made up of graduates. Because it is not all teachers that are even graduates. So if you are talking about...
We are not talking about numbers. We are talking about policy. Gender equity policy.
Of Ghana Education Service.
all establishments.
These unions and organizations are not necessarily employers, but they are employees, but their organizations are interested in how these organizations run. So those reports basically mirror a lot of the things that are going on. For example, if GES in a particular organization sends a report that there is no discrimination in our organization, GES has no problem. The union can have a parable to their mother union describing the real situation. Around speaker, I think that's what you are talking about. That's what you are talking about. So the unions will have reports that will mirror what the larger organization is doing. So we are not talking about them employing, but we are talking about them basically reporting real situation in organizations where they work. That's why TUC can, for example, make national statements about the state of our education and others, which is not necessarily the position of GES.
Honorable members, even here in Parliament, some members of the parliamentary service wanted to form a union. When there was delay by the administration in doing it, they wrote to the mother union they want to join, and they intervened, and we had to expedite action on it at the board level. And so some have formed a union, not all, and they deal with their mother union. And so through that, they can make reports as to the gender equity policies of the parliamentary service. So they can use it to cross-check as to the report that we submit in our annual reports. There's nothing wrong with that. Why? Just give people the opportunity. We are trying to create what we call a free and just society. It's in the directive principles of state policy. Why? What are we afraid of?
Madam Speaker, you are right. These organizations, for example, as minister, I had to intervene in a situation where workers at ENI who wanted to form a union because they felt that they were really not being paid well as compared to their experts. Ghana Gas had the same thing. They wrote to the mother union, who wrote to the ministry, and then we intervened in making sure that the unions were formed. The same way, if the issues were not on pay and it had to do with gender equity, they could have written. So I think that that's what they are talking about.
Honorable members, I'll put a question on this matter. And then we will stop at the 25. And I got a note from one other minister who wants this bill to be started. Is it EPA? Or she has left? She has left. So we can I'll put a question on this. I actually didn't want to go beyond 9, but it's now, I think, 9:30. So let me put a question on 25. Honorable members, the question is that clause 25 Clause 25 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 25 is ordered to stand part of the bill. We can stop at 25 and then we'll continue on Monday. Please, chairperson of committee and the ministry, get your acts together and lead us on Monday to try and complete this bill. Since the minister has come back, EPA, the EPA bill is which item? EPA item. Please, what is the item on the order paper? Page 40, item 65, Environmental Protection Bill 2023 at the consideration stage. Honourable members, we got to clause 44 and it was deferred. Clause 44 was deferred. Just a minute.
Mr. Speaker, Honourable Dr. Mafo approached me a few minutes ago. We have over 150 plus amendments to make. Some of them, some of the provisions have been agreed upon. He made a good suggestion that they should rather go and incorporate these into the body of the bill, so that it's only the ones that we don't have convergence on that will be moved. And I said, okay, let's do that. So I'm surprised that they are pushing for us. Are we going to attempt to do what about the 150 plus amendments? What are we supposed to do? Let's do 5 and let's leave it at 144. What impact will this make on the bill? Mr. Speaker, there are ways to do bills that are bulky, but this is not the way. Let's do 5 today, do 5 tomorrow, 6 months before we will finish.
What did you say? There are how many proposed amendments?
Mr. Speaker, more than 100. 100.
Yes, Chairperson, how many proposed
Mr.
amendments?
Speaker, today the chairperson is this side. The chairperson is this side.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Tell Avi.
Mr. Speaker, we have
Honorable, how many proposed amendments?
We have 150.
What?
157. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Sorry? 84, Mr. Speaker. 84 amendments. No, sorry. Please, I made a mistake, Mr. Speaker. It is 84. 84. It's 84. And Mr. Speaker, please. Which mood? Oh, Mr.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment on the order paper are actually more than 100. What we have on the order paper. So I don't know where you got 84 from. I started counting them and I see that there are more than 100. So, yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since you were ready to continue with the bills, I was going to propose that we have some few clauses left for the affirmative action bill. Why don't we finish that one instead? And then Monday we commit it to do for the other EPA consideration. Yeah. To plead with you that we finish with the affirmative action. It's just left with the consideration of the clauses.
Please.
Yes, please.
I agree with my colleague, the Deputy Leader. But Mr. Speaker, once again, we are at a position where the House must rise. And then the government side is beginning to make us feel that there's so much business to do and then they don't have enough time. Mr. Speaker, these bills have been with them all this while. Mr. Speaker, you have been sitting here since morning. And Mr. Speaker, it's just not fair. Today, we should have read as one of the first things, business statement. They are not even interested because, as with some of us can hear here, they want to say that, oh, let's not read it because we want to rise on Friday. Mr. Speaker, if they push us to sit beyond Tuesday, they must get 138 people to take every single decision. I mean, look at what we are doing to ourselves. We've been here all along, even as we speak. Count the people behind you. You are using us to do your business. Is that fair? You told the people of this country you are majority. You will not even bring your people to do your own business. Why are you doing this to us? And it's as if somebody said that when we started this meeting, you shouldn't bring the bills. You brought the bills. You won't get your minister to do the work. We are at 10 p.m. We are here doing your business. Your business is government business. It's your Mr. Speaker. We are not, Mr. Speaker. We are not enthused about this, Mr. Speaker. You told us that the only reason you will stay up to 10 p.m. is because on Tuesday, midday, we are rising, and nothing must stop that. Whatever they want to do, let them confirm it. All those people going around lobbying that, oh, somebody will return from a trip, and then we can stay up to Friday. They are not sitting on Friday. We are rising on Tuesday. Get it behind your mind. If you want us to stay till 12 midnight today, if Mr. Speaker agrees, we'll stay. But Tuesday, we are rising. Tuesday, we are rising. And you are threatening that you will recall us after 7 days. Recall us and we'll come back. You'll see the face you will come back with.
Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader and Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker. The Minority Chief Whip has a way of provoking his seniors in this house. He has a way of provoking his seniors. But you know, I will not mind you today. It is okay. Today you unilaterally decide to determine when this house must rise. This is what you are saying, in other words. As if you are in charge of government business. No, but that is what you are trying to say. So you now don't believe in consensus building in democracy. That you say you are adjourning the house. That this house will not sit beyond Tuesday. Is that what you are telling the people of Ghana? No, is that what you are telling the people of Ghana? Mr. Speaker gave an indication. Don't put words in his mouth. Don't put words in the mouth of Mr. Speaker. It does not lie in your mouth to mouth of Mr. Speaker. Please. And then you try to insinuate. Mr. Speaker.
to.
You know, some of the liberties of opposition, you can't take it. Continue to enjoy the liberties of opposition. When we were in opposition, we did your government business for you. I was in this house. I was to the left of Mr. Speaker. When your ministers were, you know what it takes. This constitution that we adopted creates a hybrid situation. You know, where ministers were doing government business, and I was always in this chamber doing your laws. Achampo. Please, that's it. Achampo. Let's show what you see. Mr. Speaker, I would plead with you that Mr. Speaker, you will know that the ministers.
Honourable members, please, what is the position of the House?
Mr. Speaker, to finish the affirmative action bill, the minister has duly acknowledged the industry of members. No, what I'm saying that she has acknowledged the industry of members. And I would plead that colleagues, let's kindly do the affirmative action bill. But Mr. Speaker, I have a suggestion for the Minister for Environment and Science. There is a way to solve a problem. You have a lot of amendments. Kindly withdraw and get incorporated into a new bill, and then relay it. It is the easiest way, so that you go winnow and then bring a new thing. When you relay, you can do it within a day. If we want to now consider all these amendments, you know, Ahiafo is here, you know, Roxin the Fiamefo is here, all the professors in lawmaking are here. You have it tough. So go to winnowing, withdraw, go to winnowing, and then clean it up, and then come again. That will take you one day. Honourable Minister, this is my very humble suggestion. And I know Dr. Mafo would support with Honourable Telabi. You know, so please do that. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Let's finish the affirmative action bill. Mr. Speaker, the affirmative action is left with just 6 clauses. Let's finish it so that we can adjourn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, after that. Mr. Speaker, after that, we deal with the business statement. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues have obliged me. We thank you for your patience. Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, we may proceed with the affirmative action bill.
Honourable members, we'll go back to the consideration stage of the Affirmative Action Gender Equality Bill 2023, we stopped at clause 25. Honorable members, I'm doing this because I've already told you the House will be adjourned sine die on Tuesday, and Tuesday is half day because we are compelled to attend an international conference and have to leave on Tuesday. That is what I told you. So let's go on and finish what I believe we must do. Affirmative Action Bill, I'm committed to it. Affirmative Action Bill, clause 26.
Very well, Mr. Speaker, we may proceed. Mr. Speaker, this evening you come with some surprises, but it's okay. It's okay. Mr. Speaker.
You are taking
Mr. Speaker.
the wrong time.
We shouldn't do it.
Mr. Speaker, you know what I know, you know. That's why I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, it's okay. It's okay. Mr. Speaker, it's okay.
Let's do the bill. Please, and may you live long for confirming that, God willing, we shall rise on Tuesday. May you live long.
Mr. Speaker, no. What is
Why
all
do
this?
you
Mr.
people
Speaker,
have
we are
to?
all blessing you.
Please,
to live long.
we scarcely have time. We don't have time. Clause 26.
Compliance.
Mr. Speaker, clause 26, amendment proposed, subclause 1, delete.
Honorable members, the proposal is to delete subclause 1 of clause 26. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. We have one more proposed amendment to clause 26. Chairperson.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, subclause 2, delete and insert the following. Where the committee determines that an employer has failed to comply with the gender equity policy, the committee shall require a written undertaking from the employer to comply within 6 months.
Honorable members, motion moved is for the consideration of the House. And I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. And I put the question on the whole of clause 26. And the question is that clause 26 as various that stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 26 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 27.
Incentive for the private sector.
Mr.
Yes,
Speaker,
Chairperson.
clause 27, amendment proposed. Subclause 2, opening phrase, line 1, delete quota provisions and insert first schedule.
Honorable members, those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. We have another amendment to clause 27. Chairperson.
Mr. Speaker, clause 27, amendment proposed. Subclause 3, delete and insert the following. The minister responsible for finance may, in accordance with the Exemptions Act 2022, Act 1083, grant a tax incentive to an under subsection 2.
Honorable members, those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. We take the last proposed amendment on clause 27. No, last but one. Last, because the other one is consequential. Yes, Chairperson.
Clause 27, Mr. Speaker. Amendment proposed. Subclauses 4, delete and insert the following. As advertised.
Honorable members, those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. As I stated earlier on, the next proposed amendment is already taken because I give directive for the substitution of equality with equity. Now I put the question on the whole of clause 27, and the question is that clause 27 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 27 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 28.
Grievance resolution procedure.
Yes, Chairperson.
Clause 28, Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Clause 2, line 2. Delete gender inequality or
So a person may submit a complaint in writing about gender inequity to the committee. That is what is left now. Honorable members, those in favor of the proposed amendment. Yes, I'll come to you, but let me put this question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. And I put the question on clause 28. And the question is that clause 28 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 28 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Honorable Richard Achampong.
Mr. Speaker, I think the first print to me, so I'm okay.
Clause 29.
Cooperation with public and private institutions.
Clause 30.
Data collection.
Clause 31.
Offenses.
Clause 32.
Regulations.
Clause 33.
Implementation of acts.
Honorable members, there are no proposed amendments to these clauses, so I put the question on the clauses 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33. And the question is that these clauses stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clauses 29 to 33 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 34.
Interpretation.
Chairperson.
Clause 34, Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Definition of private sector, line 4. After entities, delete that.
Honorable members, those in favor of the deletion of that after entities in line 4, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes. The next proposed amendment to clause 34, which is interpretation for gender equality. That definitely is a consequential amendment because we took it to be gender equity. So that definition should be deleted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. So we go to the next proposed amendment to clause 34. Chairperson.
Clause 34, Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Add the following new definition. Sex disaggregated data means data collated and tabulated separately for women and men.
I recall we engaged in some debate about that terminology. I'm just cross-checking to make sure that it wasn't deleted. If it had been earlier on deleted, there would be no need to define it. Well, it's still appearing in clause 18, but we use gender, we use gender disaggregated data, not sex. That is in clause 18. Yes. So the definition should be gender disaggregated data. Already, do we have it? Yes, promoters of the bill. That is why you should be defining. We now don't have sex disaggregated data in the bill. It's rather gender disaggregated data. So that's why you should be defining. In view of that, I would defer putting the question on clause 34. But we'll take the 6th schedule. That's what I have at page 58. 5th schedule. Chairperson. Yes, please.
Speaker, may I suggest that we ask the draft officers to second look at numbering the schedule, because some were deleted in the course of the so that the proper numbering can be done. On Monday, we can tidy it up and take it.
Let's take it first, then I'll give the directive.
Very well, Mr. Speaker, I'm guided.
Yes, Chairperson.
I think the chairperson is in agreement with you.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, may I assist the chair, because I assisted them at the committee level. Mr. Speaker, the last amendment being proposed is at page 58 and paragraph 3, line 1, at the 6th schedule.
Sorry, just a minute.
Schedule 6.
Just a minute, Chairman. Chairman, I discovered in my bill that we have first, second, third schedules. So I have to put a question on that before we get to the sixth. Yes, they have no amendments, so I'll put them. Then when we take the decision, we go to a safe one where there is an amendment. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the third schedule, for instance, the third schedule is based on clause 15 of the bill, and clause 15 of the bill has been deleted. Third schedule, clause 15 has been deleted.
Was the whole schedule, the whole schedule was, the whole 15 was not deleted. It was part of it that was deleted. Not the whole 15. Part was deleted. So, honorable members, first schedule.
Progress
Second.
measuring progressive compliance with target.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, by the proposed amendment here, the first amendment at page 55, clause 15, amendment proposed, delete. And that was where we raised the constitutional issue in relation to the Supreme Court judgment in Osebonsu versus Attorney General.
Yes, it's been confirmed by the table office that it was totally deleted. So you are right. When I get there, so first schedule.
Process for measuring progressive compliance with targets.
Second schedule.
International conventions.
Honorable members, I put the question on the two schedules, and the question is that a first and second schedule should stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The first and second schedules are ordered to stand part of the bill. Fourth schedule. Third is the one that deals with the 15 which have been deleted. And so do I need to put it? I think it's consequential. So I just direct that consequentially it be deleted from the bill. So fourth schedule.
Guidelines and strategic for gender equality in relation to the public service.
Fifth schedule.
Strategic for gender equality in relation to the judiciary.
Honorable members, the question is that the fourth and fifth schedules stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Yes. The fourth and fifth schedules are ordered to stand part of the bill. Sixth schedule.
Strategies for gender equality in relation to political parties.
Yes, Chairperson.
Sixth schedule, Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Paragraph 3, line 1, delete Office of Parliament and insert Parliamentary Service.
What is the reason for that? The parliamentary service is for the employees. There is no way they can track and monitor their bosses, MPs' expenses. They can do that for their employees, but not the members of parliament. So the correct place to do it is the speaker. And that is why it's put at office of the speaker. That should be the proper thing. The speaker's office can, through the authority of the speaker, who is the head of parliament, do that. But the clerk and his staff, who are under you, will not be in the position to have the authority and power to track and monitor your expenses. In fact, they don't even know. Am I right? So it will be
Mr. Speaker, please.
Office of the Speaker.
Yes, please, we agree with. Thank you.
Honorable members, I'm being advised that the power should be with the speaker, who can then delegate. But when you say office, that becomes a problem. So the speaker shall track and monitor expenses of female members of parliament. To perform that function, the speaker will now have some technical people to support him do that. But the service cannot do it because they are not part of you. If you look at the organogram, they are not part of you. Yes. So delete Office of Parliament and insert Speaker. The Speaker shall track and monitor expenses of female members of Parliament. That is to deal with strategies for gender equity in relation to political parties. Ministry, is it in line with the policy?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I put the question on the safe schedule, and the question is that the safe schedule as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the fifth schedule as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now we move on to the long title.
An act to provide for affirmative action for gender equality in the public and private sectors and for related purposes.
Mr. Speaker, so it should read gender equity instead of gender equality.
Sorry?
Would like to amend the long title. It should read gender equity, well, not gender equality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, that is consequential gender equity. Honorable members, I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, with regard to the definition clause, I think that is clause 34, I did not stay, and I want to say it now, that we defer consideration of that because we are to await for the definition of gender disaggregated data. When that comes, then we'll take it and then we can put the question. With this, I believe we can call it a day. Oh yes, the business statement.
So, Speaker, if it pleases you, I would want to proceed with the business statement.
Before that,
yes, Mr. Speaker, we are still at
the
consultation stage.
Affirmative Action Gender Equity Bill 2023. We have concluded the consideration stage for today. We'll continue on Monday. The gender, the other people. Other people. Honorable members, we go to item 6, business statement for the 8th week. Chairman, Business Committee.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Business Committee met yesterday to discuss the business for the ensuing week ending Friday, the 2nd of August 2024. So, Speaker,
the committee has programmed 5 questions for the following ministers in the ensuing week. Minister for Energy has 3 questions. Minister of Interior has 1. A Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation 1. Mr. Speaker, all these questions are urgent questions. The committee made provision for members who have statements already filed and approved by your good self to have the opportunity to make these statements. Then, of course, ministers of state are at liberty to present bills and papers to go through the necessary rules of this House for consideration, and of course, reports that are ready from committee can also be presented for consideration. Mr. Speaker, consequentially, we would take resolutions when necessary after motions have been thoroughly debated. Right Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Order 76, and besides the businesses outlined on the business statement for the week under consideration, any outstanding transaction will be rescheduled for the ensuing week. Mr. Speaker, the committee also proposes that we consider having extended sitting time in the ensuing week, including Mondays, because, Mr. Speaker, normally Mondays we don't sit. The whips will take charge of matters that would facilitate the work of members in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, attached here too, as an unmarked appendix, is a 7-page document which has my signature on the last page. Mr. Speaker, this sets out in full the order or the program for each day's sitting. So, on Monday, the 29th of July, Honorable Abla Jifa Gomashi, MP for Ketu South, has a question. Mr. Speaker, we have 4 other colleagues who have also been programmed to answer questions, to ask questions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, we have programmed
The IDA facility titled Report of the Finance Committee on the Financing Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana and the Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of $250 million for the energy sector recovery program. We have a couple of annual statements by the audit and a couple of annual statements coming from the Auditor General that have also been programmed to be presented, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, then some 1D, 1F reports. We have programmed B5 Plus Limited, Ferro Fabric Limited, Ever Pure Holdings Limited. Mr. Speaker, Myro Forestry Ghana Limited, CK Engineering and Construction Limited, and Mr. Speaker, the rest follow. We have Central Oil Refinery Limited, Happy Sunshine Company Limited. Mr. Speaker, among others, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the Tuesday's program, we also have programmed the EPA bill for consideration, and then the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana bill. Mr. Speaker, again, the committee, the business committee, programmed for consideration on Wednesday, 31st of July. Report of the Finance Committee on the share sale and purchase agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana and Unilever Ghana PLC for a partial sale of purchase of Government of Ghana shares of 47.56% equity in Trifo Oil Palm Plantation. Mr. Speaker, same day, we propose that the House considers the Ghana Industrial Property Office Bill, the Interstate Succession Bill, and the EPA Bill, if not completed, to be continued. Mr. Speaker, Thursday, we have the same bills, that is, if we're not done, we'll continue to take them. Mr. Speaker, we have a couple of questions that are still pending, and the Business Committee is proposing that on Thursday and Friday, these would be programmed to be considered. Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee met and took certain decisions. It's not me. It's a Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, I shall, having exhausted all the issues that came up at the Business Committee, move this House to adopt this report in accordance with Order 2162 of the rules of this House. Mr. Speaker, I so move, and I thank you so much, sir.
Honorable members, the motion to present a business report for the 8th week has been moved. It's for the consideration of the House. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, we thank
the Majority Leader for the report. We agree with him on businesses that he is programmed for Monday and Tuesday. Surely, when those days meet us, we would do our best. But he is aware that the mood of the House is that we are rising on the same Tuesday. So it means that we may have to reschedule the rest of the businesses that are meant beyond Tuesday to another day. So maybe he should just take note that we are ready to cooperate with him on the businesses scheduled for Tuesday. But after Tuesday, the House, as Mr. Speaker initially signaled, will be on recess. So that's all I have to say for now, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, as you know, we've been working very hard. And the reason we are sitting today up to 11 p.m. is campaign lunch. Even though some of us have to wake up at 5 a.m. and make sure we fly to Tamale, is because the understanding was that, and you brought this right here on the floor. There were two options. You were proposing that we either sit at Saturday and then we can finish on Tuesday. In the alternative, suggested that you are prepared to extend the sitting beyond even 9 p.m. Today is 11 p.m. so that we can do as much as possible. Thankfully, and thanks to you, we've been able to do a lot today. And I believe that we can do a lot on Monday. The Majority Leader was here, was privy to all the discussion. In fact, he proposed a Saturday, and when you brought this issue up, he agreed with you that this was a very reasonable compromise, that we work extended hours so that we can, Friday, Saturday, Monday, and Tuesday, so we can rise on Tuesday. I'm very, very surprised because we have been told we were in a caucus meeting, so the only person that attended the business committee was Honorable Ahmed. He made it clear that we've already had an understanding that we are rising on Tuesday. So I respectfully want to let the business committee let the I think you made me lost my train of thought. But so my suggestion to the leader is that I think that the business that has been outlined is something we are prepared to work with him on. Obviously, we will take positions on some of them, but if he can modify the statement to reflect the understanding that was reached, which was that we are going to do everything we can, extend the hours, but we'll rise on Tuesday, I believe that we can adopt the business statement. I thank you.
Yes, Chair. Sorry, not Majority Leader, the Chairman of the Constitutional.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To find out from the Majority Leader, in view of the indication that we've had in the House, there are some referrals that are made to my committee, and throughout the report, we find some of them listed at the consideration stage. In particular, I would want to mention the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana Amendment Bill 2021. Then I also see the Interstate Succession Bill 2022, and then Ghana Industrial Property Office Bill 2023. Mr. Speaker, I am asking about these in particular because these bills were referred to the House and the committee was ready at the last meeting. And here we are. So I would want to find out, in view of the indication that we have had, would we have the privilege, referring to the committee, of conducting any of these businesses I have referred to before the House rises on Tuesday. Thank you.
Majority Leader, Chairman of Business Committee.
Mr. Speaker, just for reputational purposes, I want to state this with emphasis. In my practice as a lawyer, businessman, and a politician, I've never believed in surprises. My style is not to hide cards and surprise even my adversaries. I don't do that. I strongly disagree with aspects of the views expressed by my respected colleagues on the other side, particularly those by Honorable Bua and Honorable Abuja. I lead government business, and by practice, I lead this house. I've not been aware of any decision for rising or adjourning CNDA. Mr. Speaker gives indication, and rightly so, he has to. But we in leadership guide such indication. I have been with my colleagues, and I want Hansard to take this for the purpose of posterity. At no point has any colleague given me an indication that, oh, we should rise on a particular date, which indication I agreed and I'm at this point resigning. I will not, because this is a continuous business we engage in this house. If I agree to something and I resign, the future would operate against me, and I won't do that. Mr. Speaker, at the Business Committee, there was no such indication from any quarters. And I don't like personalizing issues and mentioning names and all that. So when a colleague makes a very definitive statement, it becomes difficult. And I'm hesitating to do this. But please, again, my respected colleague and senior brother, Honorable Bua, please, there was no such communication from your colleague when he was at the Business Committee, of which you were unavoidably absent. And I would want to say so. I did not get any indication from you by way of a phone call or a WhatsApp message either. I would have approached things differently. Rather, or on the contrary, I have rather reached out to colleagues opposite me, and in fact, earlier, the chief whip on the minority side was even insinuating on aspects of my negotiation. And I was directed to see the overall boss, which I felt that I would do so by close of day today, because at the moment, at the material moment, he was not present in the chamber. So we've been talking. And Mr. Speaker, you have encouraged us in this house. Democracy is about talking, engagement, discussion to build consensus. So this approach from my colleagues that we are rising on Tuesday is non-negotiable and trying to rope in Mr. Speaker in this debate. I am not ready to engage Mr. Speaker in a debate. He's my dad. Mr. Speaker is my father, and you all know
I remain his favorite father, a son. I remain his favorite son. And he knows under no circumstance would I be tempted to engage him in any debate. That's not how a son should approach a dad when there's a difficulty. So don't invite me into a fight with my dad. Don't. I will not. Mr. Speaker, we will discuss. We shouldn't shut the door. Honorable Dr. KCL Atuban-Forson, he was not in the chamber. I know Dr. KCL Atuban-Forson, MP, Ejumakun Enyan Esiem. I know he sleeps early. Somebody woke him up to come into the chamber to pick a fight with me. Again, he is my junior brother. I will not engage in a fight with him. I will not. I am not going to engage. If you say anything, I'll keep quiet and watch you like a lamb to the slaughter. I will open and not my mouth. Mr. Speaker, I am in charge of government business. Mr. Speaker, this black seat, you've occupied it before. For many years, you know how hot this seat is. And it's been given to your son at this very crucial moment of my political career. I am going to engage you. Sometimes Atu would deliberately keep quiet and send his attack. Send his, I don't want to use attack dogs, your attackers, to attack me. Then you sit as if you don't know, but I know you know. You deliberately send them to move an agenda. Mr. Speaker, today is Friday. Tomorrow you are going for your Congress or your political event in Tamale. I wish you well. But let's have a good weekend. Let's continue talking and let's reach an amicable solution on this matter. Mr. Speaker, the door should not be shut. I thank you, sir.
Honorable Chair, we will take the constitutional amendment bill on Monday. So you and your members should prepare. That's a very short one we can do within a day. It's been on the agenda since 2021, and it's the one dealing of dual nationality. Yes, so we'll take that one. But your leader was, you want your deputy, okay.
Please, before I come. Please, I've not been speaking. Please. I am speaker. In the very lengthy submission.
He's not speaking to the mic, so you can go on.
In the very lengthy submission by the majority leader, he failed to acknowledge the statement I made that on this floor of Parliament yesterday, we had a discussion about rising on Tuesday, in which you, the Right Honorable Speaker, two options. That we sit on Saturday or we extend sitting. And then I reminded that we have a program on Saturday. Then you emphasize the extended sitting, and the colleagues on the other side agreed. In fact, the discussion here has nothing to do even with the business committee. And so it was very clear that we left here, and that's the reason why we are sitting up to this point. So for the majority leader, and I hope you understand that we won't get to the point where we will call for us to vote on this business statement. And we can do that. Please.
Okay, try. You have to adopt it.
Okay, but we have done it. Please don't let us get there. Okay. All right. Please, let me, please. So right now, Speaker, of course, what he is trying to do is to completely ignore the discussions that we had yesterday, in which the right honourable speaker, you were involved.
Why are you not talking to the mic? But talk to the mic.
You should say it here that he had a discussion, or he never heard that we agreed yesterday that we'll do extended sittings and rise on Tuesday. That was the decision. That was the decision, and we stand by it.
Yes. Honorable members, I've been struggling because for some time now I've been under pressure, but I wanted us to adjourn. So if you want to continue, then give me 5 minutes. I've been under pressure for a long time.
Right, Honorable Speaker, not to waste your time. The Speaker, it's almost 11 p.m. Right, it's 11 p.m. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of us are traveling as early as 4 a.m. this morning, and I suggest that we bring this such meeting to an end. Mr. Speaker, we adjourn for the day. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I just want to signal that as to whether we will have to rise on Tuesday or not, Mr. Speaker, that decision has been made by yourself. You have announced it here. The Honourable Majority Leader wants to engage us in a discussion. There's nothing for him to engage us on. There is no room for conversation on this matter. Mr. Speaker, you have made a decision has been made that we are rising Tuesday by half day. Mr. Speaker, let that stick, and let the Honourable Majority Leader understand that we have nothing to discuss on this matter. So if you want to engage us, there was no one to engage on this matter. We've closed the chapter, and Mr. Speaker, it's important we close it. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I would want you to respond to your needs.
Let me just say
yes,
that
you can come yes.
we adopt the Business Committee report subject to the comments that have been made.
Mr. Speaker, you
that so adopted.
Mr. Speaker.
So we continue.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, you are going and coming back. Yes, Mr. Speaker, this 5 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I need to get clarity. Mr. Speaker, you didn't say you are adjourning. Mr. Speaker, you've not adjourned the House. Mr. Speaker, you said to be continued. Mr. Speaker, so go and come. You said 5 minutes. Mr. Speaker, you said 5. They are pushing you. Mr.
Honourable members, the House is accordingly adjourned.